This conference will now be recorded.
You were muted.
They didn't hear it?
They didn't hear it on that.
Oh, I get to say this again. There was a statement made last meeting that I wasn't able to address because it ended abruptly. It had to do with public comment, that public wasn't supposed to address anything other than in the beginning and the end of the meeting. Well, we changed that policy during our first term. That was like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we feel that if the public, the residents attend these meetings in person, also you and Zoom, you take time out of your busy schedule to attend this, you should be a part of the process. So at any time you have information that you may want to share, maybe we missed something, you're part of the process. As long as it doesn't go off the rails. So we welcome that. So we don't want to put a muzzle on anybody. So that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you, trustee.
Huh?
Thank you.
Now on with the public comment. What do we got? Mr. Pelt?
Ron Pelton, 137 Temple Street. I love what you said, Charles, but I really wish you put time limits on people talking. They don't know when to shut up.
You can say that now, you're on that side.
But the reason I'm actually here is because we're about to have issues with some events going on in the village. There are two competing parties, and the only one's going to get hurt is the village. Because it's going to make us look like we don't get along, we don't have our ducks in a row, and it's hard enough as a small business, speaking as a small business, to succeed without having that kind of stuff in the background, making it even more difficult. So, I mean, I know you only have certain amounts of abilities, but I really hope you can suppress this before it becomes something bigger than it needs to be. I mean, that's all I got. See, under 2 minutes.
I don't
would agree.
I forgot.
A mass gathering law, which we talked about, would help that situation.
I don't agree with one side or the other. I just feel like the village agree.
Yeah. Public comment. Okay.
This evening, you guys, trustees, are going to vote regarding advancing the creation of a Plaintiff Service Awards Program, LoSAP. The real question is whether you will allow the voters to determine its existence or not. That's the question on it. before you. To me, this seems like a no-brainer. You get to put a decision affecting the fate of the EMS department onto the voters. And on the other hand, if you kill or delay the LoSAP here tonight, you may very well send the EMS department into a downward spiral. You don't have to look very far. You can look to Nichols or Taga Center or even to the Owego Fire Department, and you can see that volunteer. As we might desire. So current social circumstances and many hours of training are disincentives for volunteering with very few incentives. A LoSAP is real, it's practical, it's proven effective, and it's has a big incentive. LoSAP programs have been proven successful in arresting the effects of declining volunteerism. It's really, there's no question about that. You can look to Long Island, you can look to the Buffalo area. They have a fire department that have put the brakes on people joining because of the LoSAP. So it's a real incentive. Not only encourages those who are currently volunteers, but also encourages those to join, to become volunteers. So I believe this evening you will receive a presentation regarding LoSAP. I think that's on the agenda.
It is, yep.
And the payment for this program is not going to come out of taxes. The program will enhance the long-term viability of the EMS department. I think it's a no-brainer.
Thanks, Jim. Any other public comment?
If I may, Mike.
Yeah.
Didn't intend to, but Jim did a real good segue there. Excuse me. Roughly about 6 years ago, you and I had a conversation, and then the board that was in place at that point did what I think is the wise thing. They implemented an EMS department with the full understanding that that EMS department was pretty much 100% volunteer. And because of those volunteers, it has proven to be very successful, not only in its skill sets, its service, and its revenues, okay, but it has also provided for being able to cover its own equipment, new ambulances. So it's a proven thing that those volunteers would and are very vital to the survival of your new department. Excuse me. But I'm trusting that the same wise decision that happened before will happen tonight, and you folks will see without the volunteers, your EMS in a village is going to go down the tubes. They might be a little slower than we planned, but it'll go down the tubes. So I hope everybody's wisdom comes into play tonight, setting all the other stuff aside that you hear in the background, chatter going on, that this board makes the wise decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Earl. Any other public comment?
Is comment available from the,
Sorry. Yes, I saw your hand and forgot about it. So yes, go ahead, Bill.
yeah, my name is William O'Connell. I live at 132 Southside Drive, and I'm an EMT with the Owego Emergency Squad. I urge you to allow this to go to the voters. I think it's a good idea. I personally am not going to get much out of it because at my age, I'm not going to be around too much longer, I don't think, to be able to do this work. But we do need more volunteers. We are short, especially right now, of drivers because most of our drivers are retired Lockheed people and go to Florida for anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months. The rest of us are aging, And we need to get some younger people involved. And I think this program will do that.
Thanks, Bill. Any other public comment?
Mike, I'll just say something.
Sure.
Jeff Van Wagenen, 10 Corbin Street. You all know me. I just want to say I do support the LoSAP program. It is important to get the volunteers. As you know, volunteerism is not a popular thing right now. You can look around, the local agencies are already paying people 24/7. And some of them agencies, the calls go out and nobody responds. So I do just want to say that I would support it, and that I hope that you guys let the people of the village, as Charles said earlier, that we're all a village, and it takes everybody to make a village. Let the village people decide.
Thanks, Jeff. Anybody else? Robin?
Sorry, I'm not gonna stand because I don't have a lot of strength. So, on the note of the education, it is now being mandated that ALS is being disembarked, and paramedics are the only thing that they're gonna take other than ALSI. So that was a very, head beater for some that are so old and don't wanna go for paramedic, and it drops us down. But our loyalty to being a volunteer allows us to look past that and know that no matter what level we're at, we are going to be providing the care that we possibly can for everybody. So when we say education, to be a paramedic is a tough thing. It's not just a 2-hour day thing. It's hours and hours and hours. And it is for pretty much all of the levels. And having more volunteers that are willing to do that is imperative. And it's going to be a rough cycle, getting the adjustment within EMS as it is. So I agree with this and hope everybody else does too.
Okay.
Just to play off what Robin said so you understand, paramedics have a lot more that they can do than EMTAs. EMTAs are valuable, but paramedics have a lot more drugs available, a lot more skills involved in what we can treat and how we can treat it. With EMTCCs being sunset by New York State before 2030, your choices will be an EMTA or a paramedic. For a paramedic to go to school, to only do it as a volunteer is very expensive. Depending on your education level, depending on where you do the program, can be anywhere between $7,000 and $14,000. Not cheap. So when you're looking at New York State sunsetting CCs and having EMTAs available, but really wanting most agencies to have paramedics available because they can do more and treat more, if you give them nothing, how is it worth it for those people to go and become paramedics just to spend that time volunteering?
Yeah.
So really having a rewards program for EMTs or volunteers is an encouragement, because in the end, they're like, well, if I make my volunteer calls and I put in the time that I'm supposed to put in the end, when we're Earl's age or Jim's age and we're ready to retire, there's a benefit to it. And in today's day and age, with how busy everybody is, if you want to encourage young people to volunteer in their communities and get involved, there has to be a benefit.
They're gonna go someplace where they get some sort of compensation, because they, like everybody else, needs to have a level of compensation that they can function with. If not, if we do not get our volunteers filled up, we're gonna be forced into either doing a paid system or leaving the system, and neither one of them is this village gonna be able to support. Right now, we pay for ourselves.
All right. Any more public comment? Is that right, Ron?
Yeah, I don't really take off.
You got plenty of EMTs here.
You're well protected.
Yeah, you can make comments.
Well, I appreciate all of our senior EMTs. I mean, we've got wonderful participation, but we need to have something to encourage the younger EMTs to stay with us. So we need this program.
All right, so do we have any more public comment? If not, we'll go into the agenda. All right. Yeah, let's do the LoSAP thing, because James just got on, so. So, we have, oh, now you're right. James was supposed to be here for the Marble Park thing. He may come next meeting. If he doesn't get
I'm here, Mike.
Oh, you're here. Yeah. Well, we're gonna do the EMS thing first. Because there's lots of people here for that.
Yep, that's fine. I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you, James.
All right, so we'll give it a call. Oh, I got that thing pulled up.
Okay.
I can share my screen so people online can see it. There's the presentation.
Okay, so my presentation is short. It's 8 slides long. Basically, after the first slide, you can go to the second one. What's LoSAP? Just to reiterate everything that we've talked about for the last 9 months. LoSAP is a length of service award program, a program designed for the retention of EMS volunteers. It can be also used for volunteer firefighters. Some history, back in May of 23, if you remember, I came here quietly and said, would you guys, poo-poo the idea if we went ahead and researched and performed the activity to go for the LoSAP stuff. We had no thumbs down at that time. Work started, information from PennFlex was handed out to the board members, the quotes received. Basically, it's $1,200 per member if they achieve through the point status, and it's a loan $1,677 to administer the program through PennFlex and through the New York State Comptroller's Office. There was some kind of agreement there with PennFlex and the Comptroller's Office. They work hand in hand. So back in July, the quotes were given to mull over. Documents were reviewed by the lawyer in August. The made a suggestion that was changed. The questions were asked by the board that were answered. We were requested in September to wait on the resolution to include the proposition into the March election. We said, okay, we'll do that, but we can't forget about it. And back in December, we requested vote on the resolution, more questions and answers. In January, more questions to be answered. Now we're February, whatever today is, February 5th, and we're at the gate to get it on the ballot for March. So we've been working on it since May, and we're up to the gate. You can go to the next slide. So why LoSAP? Did you know Owego EMS has the largest volunteer force of Tioga County? Probably all of Tioga County combined for EMS. There's probably not 47 volunteers anymore in the neighboring agencies. So our roster for 2023, we had 47 people responding to calls, and probably, doing some math, maybe estimating a little high to make sure that, the quotes were up there. We have 39, 40 people that would probably potentially be eligible. Once the program got started, there's always potential for more people being eligible, more off-duty calls get handled, it's eventually gonna get paid for. So another thing to remember is there's a volunteer on every call, even during the day. Bill O'Connell was mentioning that a lot of our folks one had knee replacement surgery and four more went south for the winter. So, we talked to our EMTs and whatnot, and the retirees that are around during the day. Who's not retired? We all work for a shift. That's the nature of the game these days. There's no second shift workers anymore around during the day. One thing, by instituting the program, it'll keep EMS with a local response. You heard the commentary. You want to keep it local out of downtown Owego, then we're going to have to make sure that we do something now to maintain, recruit, all that. We do a decent job recruiting. We recruit out of classes. We've recruited out of the Tioga County class, the Broome County class. They do ride time. Do you have a home? Oh, you don't have a home? We'll sign you up. That's one nice thing about, you mentioned back in April of 19, that's helped our recruitment because we don't have to follow the fire department rules, and we have members of other fire departments that don't provide EMS service that come to Owego to keep up on their EMT card, serve the community. Coverage by 2 employees, 24/7, 365, basically $500,000 before benefits. So just remember us getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and like Bill said, it's not for me. We've all busted our ass here to make sure that the organization stays running. Back when people left to go to neighboring agencies, when that whole thing went on, when the phone call came, well, what are you gonna do about EMS? Well, you know what, buddy? We're staying right here, okay? So that's that phone call. So, not to get into the politics of previous things. So the biggest thing is there's no cost to taxpayers, and one of the things that I noticed on the agenda tonight is there's a bunch of ARPA money being spent. I haven't come here begging for ARPA money. It hasn't been offered. We haven't asked for it. So, next slide. So who uses it locally? The closest department that uses it locally is Vestal Fire Department. They run fire calls only. They tout themselves as one of the largest volunteer departments in New York State. They're not handled by the Penflex folks, but they are 100% volunteer. They run 1,100 calls a year. Their 2022 roster, they had 121 members running calls, and they had 68 people qualify for LoSAP. So that's quite the number of volunteers in Vestal Fire Department. Yep, thank you. What keeps volunteers? What do you guys think? Pride, commitment, personal satisfaction. I can tell you it wasn't the pandemic, because I had trouble keeping these guys and gals in N95s to keep the state happy, to keep everybody healthy. It's definitely not the station. I mean, that's after this. That's my next project. To do some work around the station, and there's a bunch of other things that you heard tonight. So what the village board can do to show their thanks is voting yes on the resolution to include the proposition into the March election, and to avoid more questions and answers. Paul from Penflex is online tonight to answer any final questions that the board or certain board members may have.
Mayor, if I may, just one more comment here. For those people who don't have a pager, think about something. our captain, besides the truck and butt on the work he does, will tell you, we have at least 3 sister agencies that doesn't cover hardly any of their calls. Right, Mayor?
Oh, I know.
And we do. So think about it. If you lose our volunteers and they aren't covering anything, who the hell's gonna do it?
It's not like we're going anywhere if you guys vote no, but it's an incentive package to keep the younger people excited about EMS and all that. We have younger people. Younger people are afraid to come to board meetings. Okay? We do have younger people.
But we're afraid of younger people, because old kids just like me.
So Paul from Pensflex is online if there's any last minute questions.
Yeah, so I talked to Nate earlier about the resolution. So just so it's clear, so everybody understands. The resolution, if we vote yes, we'll send it to the March election to be on for the people to vote yes or no. To do that, we need at least 5 members of the board as a yes vote. It needs to be a 50% vote. It's not a normal resolution, so that's everybody knows what's going on. Does anybody have questions for Paul? I know one of my questions was, how easy is it to get out of down the road if we don't make our money? Obviously now it sounds great. EMS is 200,000 plus in the green. But what happens if that flips? Does this fall on the taxpayers at that point? And the answer was yes. You could do the same process to get out of it if me and Nate read it correctly. So we would have to do another resolution to get out. 5 people on the board have to vote yes, and then it would go to the village voters whether we get out. So it can be done, but it's a little bit of a process.
Okay. It's a 2-way street.
Yeah. So same exact way we get in, we can get out. Right, Paul?
I mean,
Did I have it all?
well, you did a wonderful job explaining that. That was perfect. The only caveat I would add is if you were to terminate the plan, those with 5 years of vested service, you would pay out whatever balances they had in the account. And then for those under 5 years, the board usually will determine if they want to pay out those individuals also, if the plan was to terminate, because the participants had no choice in the plan terminating.
Okay.
Maybe you want to ask them if there's any data on how many places that it's failed. We have these other examples where it's succeeded.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, true. Has anybody gotten out like that, Paul?
So I wouldn't say as much as plan terminations, as much as plan consolidations. You're struggling with just volunteers, just like every other place in the state. And some of our smaller clients, what they do is, they will consolidate and make one department, and you have to go through the same process of terminating your individual plans and then starting a brand new plan under a new department name. So it's more consolidations than terminations.
So Paul, this is Ed Morton. That's consolidation within village departments. That's not consolidation. Say if the village and the town wanted to collaborate to sponsor a plan. Is that right?
So you're asking if a village and a town together could have one plan?
Yeah.
So I would say yes. We've never had a reason as to why they couldn't. Again, it's going to have to be an agreement between the town and the village in that respect. But there's nothing in the general municipal law that says it cannot be done. And I will say that the state is very accommodating. The general municipal law is 118 pages long, so there's a lot of language to it. But they understand the situations that a lot of villages and towns and municipalities and fire districts are in, and they want these to succeed. So they do try to be as accommodating as possible.
Yeah, I will say, from what I know, without opening a whole other political can of worms, EMS, like Earl and everybody hinted at, is a problem in Tioga County. And Tioga County as a whole is looking at EMS coverage. Nothing to do with the village where we go, we're actually like the gold standard in their reports. But I could see something, down the road maybe happening at a county level. Maybe, we'll see what happens.
Because one of the things I would want to mention is that why the LoSAP award acts like a pension, like 401k product. It's not truly a 401k where, let's say, for example, you leave one employer and you go to another, and you can roll over your 401k money. The state has very specific rules in that sense. So if you were to terminate a plan and join another department, participants not able to roll that money over. They're usually paid out that balance.
Okay.
Another comment is, this is a program that is recommended by the state of New York as far as retention of volunteers. This is not something out of the blue.
Yeah, no, this is obviously worked with the comptroller and
Right.
approved.
Mike,
Oh, okay.
one other thing you're talking about, state and EMS. Typically, the ones we've seen where the counties have stepped forward and done EMS agencies, they are more to fill in the hole. They're not there to take over. So they would be able to supplement and help versus, anything else. So that way we can still thrive as a volunteer organization and do what we normally do. And they would help out if we needed it,
Yeah.
if the time ever came.
I think that's the current, at least from what I can see, the current path they're going.
And one other thing I'd like to add for the board and everyone that's on this call, you're from a decision standpoint, going under a state-sponsored program, the controller's office pretty much does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So a lot of the plan documents that you need, the state is writing for you. It's a standard template and it covers all their state plans. And from the investment advisory perspective, you don't need to go out and look for an investment advisor for these funds. The state identifies Glens Falls National Bank, and they manage millions and millions of dollars of the LoSAP money for the state, and they monitor the investment. So they have a professional investment advising team that monitors the assets of these participants.
Okay, so as far as it goes, we pay you guys for the volunteers per year, and then it gets invested, and then when somebody cashes out, it's through you guys, right?
Right. So we do all the record keeping. So each one of your participants, we do what's called a data request package. And this helps us determine who's earning those 50 points. That's the threshold for New York State to earn a credited year of service. So each year, your EMS department will work with us at the beginning of each year to determine who's earned 50 points. We then create what is called a valuation report. And what it does is pretty much gives a running scorecard of what people are earning, how many years of credit service they have, and so forth. And we do these reports year after year after year, and people see their balances hopefully grow. Again, it's market based with the investments, and we track them, and we give the plan sponsor, which would be Owego, a copy of all these reports for the entire listing of participants, so you fully understand who is reaching their points and who aren't. But again, what you're paying Penflex for is the record keeping side of this. And then we report all this information back to the state. So they have all that information. We're the preferred vendor for the state for all their state sponsored plans. And then they use, again, Glens Falls National Bank as the investment side.
I personally don't have any more questions. Who else has questions?
Paul, what's our total bill or charge to your company for this?
$1,677, I believe, was on the slide, and that's based off of, I think, 40 participants that we think are going to earn, maybe a little bit more. Again, the number will fluctuate, up and down, depending on your participants reaching their credited service. One of the things is certainly to get your credited service, you have to get those 50 points. If you don't get 50 points, then you don't get credited service. And that's the whole goal of LOSEP is you want to encourage participation. You want to increase participation. So they have a threshold, and it's 50 points. And what we will do is there's a points document that is created for the department, and we encourage that to be given out to all of your participants so they know how they can earn points in different categories, from trainings to drills to calls to miscellaneous category. So this way they have an understanding throughout the year how they can earn that threshold of 50 points.
And your fee is like a fee per participant, right?
Correct. It's the record keeping of it.
So just so I have understanding, numbers and how this works, if that was per, and you said it's based on 40 times $40 a person, like that would be $1,600. So we got 40, we're gonna pay you that 1,600. This is just approximate. If we had 10, we'd be paying you $400. Is it proportional like that?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. You see, the nice thing about going under a state-sponsored program is you in essence get the volume discount through New York State because they have thousands of members in the program. So we cut them a bigger deal because now we're dealing with thousands of participants, and it's a state-sponsored program. So it's pretty much a very exact similar program from one sponsored program to another state-sponsored program. The template's pretty much the same. So there's not a lot of creativity to it, if you will, which makes it easy for the state to administer, which makes it easy for us to administer. And that's why the costs are so much cheaper than someone who might have a privatized plan, if you will.
And if they did have a fluctuation of new recruit members, brand new youth joining the group, what's the normal time frame that it would normally take to get to that 50 points on average? Just a guess, an estimate.
So are you? So I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Are you saying if I'm a new member, how long it would take me to achieve 50 points?
That wants to become a volunteer and had no points whatsoever. What's the average time that he would be able to get 50 points and become eligible?
So it would be dependent upon when they might join within a given year. Certainly, if you join halfway through the year, you still have a very good chance of getting 50 points. I think if you join in September, October, it's probably going to be tight to get 50 points.
You have to get 50 in a calendar year.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. Does it go by calendar year or?
Yes, calendar year. Yep, January to December.
points are number of hours?
Okay.
Yeah, the points, that document probably is handed out 6 months ago. The points go by, if you hit a certain percentage of calls, of your call volume, that will give you up to 25 points. Then there's training time, then there's meeting time. If you come and do work at the station, there's points availability for that. There's points availability for taking specialized classes like the ECLS class that we are having in the next 2 nights for ALS providers to keep their certifications. There's points to go get a higher level of certification or to renew their certification. And I'm missing at least one of the categories there, but yeah.
I've got a question, and this is for Paul. Has there been any litigation of participants who claim they've got 50 hours or 50 credits, and they actually don't? And if there has or has not, who defends against that? Is that you, or is that the Village of Owego?
So Ed, that's an excellent question. In the data request packages that we send out, there's a 4-step process to that, just to eliminate, Ed, what you're mentioning. So the first part is we send out the data request package, which is in essence, it's a census of all your participants, all their names and so forth. So your department will fill out how many points so and so has earned. The first certification that has to come back is from your department stating that they filled out that form to the best of their knowledge. That form, then, after we receive that, the next part goes to the board, showing that whoever filled out this form on the department's behalf did it in their best efforts. The board then signs off on it. After that, the department is required to post it for 30 days for all of the membership to see it. At that point, if a member was to dispute, then they would have to work with the department to come up with why they felt they were shorted. And if it was agreed upon, then the report would be adjusted and it would be then recertified. Then the final certification comes from the board again saying, okay, we now know that the points have been posted for 30 days. We have the department's reviewed it. There's been challenges, no challenges, whatever it may be. Here's the documentation behind it. And now we finally sign off on it. So, Ed, there hasn't been litigation to my knowledge of any of our clients because of this step process. And the process that we follow is under the general municipal law. So it's followed throughout New York State. Now, does that mean that somebody comes back a year later and says, you know what, I never looked at the report. I deserve 50 points. At that point, it's up to the board if they want to determine to go back and revisit it. They're under no legal obligation to do so. It's the participant's responsibility within those 30 days to view that report.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
More questions for Paul?
And Mike, just so you know, Mike and Tom were late because they handled 3 back-to-back EMS calls for the village. Just so you guys know why they were late. So, thank you.
Well, I would make a motion that we approve the resolution to put this on the March ballot.
I second that. Okay. There's the motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a few comments.
Sure.
Okay. After all expenses have been paid for the MS department, at the end of December 2022, we had a balance of $356,600.
356,000.
Pardon?
356,000.
Right. Okay, and at the end of December of 2023, we had a balance. This is after everything was paid. We had a balance of $572,940. So essentially, after everything bills are paid, we have an income of around $260,000 a year.
So one comment on that, Fran,
Okay.
is the two ambulances re-chassis
Right.
are included in that dollar amount.
Right.
Want to be fair.
Right.
Okay.
And those re-chassis will not be paid for until the end of this year, right?
Well, until they come back, that they're all completed.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if they don't come back till the end of this year, we'll have another $200,000 balance in there.
Yeah, obviously depends on call volume.
Right. And so essentially, the cost of this program is somewhere around $42,000 a year.
Around 50,000.
Okay, so, we would still have a balance of, about $150,000 a year, which will, in my dreams, will go towards building a new building for the EMS. It's not a problem for the village. We got the money coming in, and all of our volunteers are working hard to get this reimbursement.
Yeah, basically, right now, today, we're doing very well.
Yes, we are. We're doing very
Thanks to
well.
all you guys.
And like we said, the program can be terminated as needed.
Yeah, it's a process, but it could be.
Right. But, these volunteers are bringing in a lot of money.
Has that been consistent, Fran? Oh,
Yeah, well, it's been over 5 years.
Since we started the department, we've made money every year.
Yeah, I mean, currently we have a balance after all expenses, December 2023, of $572,940.
Christina maybe wants to say something.
I just wanted to say, I've heard him mention a couple times, and it sounds like you're afraid that at some point we're going to fail. EMS is never going to go out of business. We have been growing because more people call ambulances more often because they really don't know what is an emergency that needs an ambulance or whether they just need to go to the hospital or their doctor. So they call us because they're looking for that determination on a professional level. So if the concern is that someday EMS is gonna dry up and go out of business, I can promise you that's never gonna happen because people will always need emergency services.
So if I could just comment on that, if I could comment on that, I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment behind it. But I think if you asked anyone in 1980 whether OPD would have been on the brink of extinction in 2016, they would have told you were crazy. So I would just say that tomorrow is guaranteed to no man, and I agree with the need for EMS, and I agree that you guys have done you guys have done a great job in growing the program and in maintaining it and staffing it. But I just would caution that tomorrow is guaranteed to no man.
Another point is, we're paying in for these individuals towards their retirement. They cannot collect on it for at least 5 years. Okay, that money sets in investment for at least 5 years before anybody can collect on it.
I guess that is a question that I had for Paul, maybe. So these monies that go and get invested, when can they cash them out? Is it retirement age, like a 401k? Is it
So
after
it's
years?
it's the age of entitlement, and New York State says you can either do 55, 60, 62, or 65. Those are the more typical ages. So it would be the board deciding what age that you wanted to do, and I would imagine it's probably in your resolution or in your proposition, because it does have to be stated to your voters as to when someone reaches entitlement age. So they only can get that money when they reach entitlement age. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Let's say I'm someone who's 40 years old and I participate for 10 years. And then I decide, you know what, I want to move away from the cold and I'm moving to Florida. So I have 10 years in, but I'm only 50. So at that point, that person cannot draw that money until they reach entitlement age. That would be one. The second is if you have people that are, say, age 61 now, and let's say your entitlement age is 62, so they don't vest for 5 years. Well, New York State says that they shouldn't be penalized for that. So when they reach that entitlement age, whatever money that they've earned, they would be able to draw from.
Okay. That's good info. I don't know what age is in our resolution.
I believe it's 62.
That is the state civil service requirement
Yeah.
for those positions.
Yeah.
Mike, I would just ask that you make sure that these two guys don't have anything to say since they did come in late.
Yeah.
The only thing I was gonna add, kind of to piggyback on Fran's thing about monies coming in and the perpetual growth of that. Also be aware CMS, for the first time in a long time, is looking at adjusting their rates.
What's CMS?
They are the payers for Medicare, Medicaid. So for the first time in about 30 years, they're looking at readjusting the EMS rates. So we potentially will be bringing more money in once they correct it, because it has not been updated in about 30 years. So.
And that's a lot of our.
In Broward County Medicaid numbers did go up on July 1st, I think it was.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
I know overall they're looking at the EMS reimbursement rates as they haven't been that great in the last several years. So.
I have a question.
Sure.
So in an earlier conversation, it was stated that somebody, worked and had built up their points and their plan had grown. And if they wanted to leave the company, leave EMS, and go to another EMS or go to another whatever, so say they quit, then the plan has to pay them then.
Right. If they're the age.
If they're the age. Okay. All right.
And if they have vested, it also, if I may add, if they have vested service. So let's say I only participate for 3 years and then I leave, because they don't have 5 years of vested service, that money goes back to the sponsor, does not go to the participant.
But otherwise it would. Otherwise, if you had the vested service,
Right.
whether
If
you were eligible for it or not, it would be held until you're eligible.
Until your entitlement age, that is correct.
Okay. As long as you get your points for 5 years, then you're good for your money when you hit 62.
Whether you leave or not.
But if you get your points for 2 years or 3 years, then you don't get any money. Is how it works. What about in that case where, let's say somebody is 62 and they're getting their money real time, not 5 years later. And then they stay for 2 years or 3 years and then leave. Does that matter?
Doesn't matter.
They still have to get vested.
Yeah, they're not, they have to be 5 years to be vested.
So you gotta be 67 before you go.
No, so in, again, New York State, that's the caveat. If you reach your entitlement age before 5 years, they're not gonna make you wait to age 67. They're gonna say you can get paid now. That's it's the only stipulation, because they do realize that some of these plants that do start have older members, and they don't want to penalize them for making them wait.
So if you're 62, you'll start getting paid out, or could start getting paid out immediately. You wouldn't have to wait for that vesting period.
That's correct.
So it's paid out in installments, right? It's not a lump sum.
Well, that's a good question too. How does it get paid out?
So what will happen is you will have an account with Glens Falls National Bank. You will fund that account. When we do your valuation report, we will send you what needs to be funded. You'll then send the check to Glens Falls National Bank, and that money is for all of your participants. Once your participant reaches an entitlement age, what we do is we will send your participant a letter saying, congratulations, you've reached entitlement age. Here's your payment commencement form. Please complete this. So this way we have record. And the plan sponsor certainly has that also. And then we send a letter to Glens Falls National Bank, and Glens Falls National Bank issues a check to that participant. So that the town doesn't have to issue any separate checks at all. Everything is done through the investment advisor.
Fran, answer your question, lump sum, not in payments.
Is that money taxable?
So in New York State, you're not going to get away. You're not going to get away from not paying any taxes on it. You're going to pay federal. New York State, you're going to also, for the lump sum, if you take it in installments, and this is the workaround, if you take it in 2 installments in 2 separate years, you pay no taxes, state taxes. So you're going to pay federal no matter what, but you can avoid the state by taking your lump sum in 2 installments in consecutive years. So you just split it up and you pay no tax on it.
And for federal, is that considered ordinary income?
So it goes on a 1099. I think it's 1099 miscellaneous. We have a department that helps with the 1099 forms.
So kind of.
But none of that has any relevance on what the village would be paying.
No, I'm just wondering for the people.
Already put in and they're entitled to.
Yeah.
I actually have a question for Paul. Paul, I'm one of the members of the SWAT. If somebody were to volunteer and then they say took a leave of absence or took a break, then when they come back, does the plan just pick up where they left off, or do they have to start all over again?
It depends on how long the break is. Some plans say you can be gone for 2 years. Some plans say you can be gone a little longer than that, maybe 3 to 5 years. If you don't come back within that time frame, then yes, you do forfeit and you have to start all over again.
Okay.
Usually the standard is 2 years.
Do we have any other questions for Paul? Nate, are you good with this? Nate might be, he's there, but he might be chasing his kid around.
Yeah.
And Nate has looked at all the documents, like Paul said, they were state documents. So. Here comes Nate. Maybe. We can't hear you. You're muted now. I can text you. Still can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I can read his lips, he said yes.
There we go.
There you
yeah,
go.
no problems with the program. I looked at it last year, followed the state requirements, no issues with it. Doing it now by 5 board members to approve it, to send it off to the voters is the next steps, really.
And for general membership questions, if the board passes it tonight and the village body passes it in March, Penflex will have a meeting with us and all those questions can be answered too. So.
Yeah, so, one of the questions we were asking Nate and others was, the village is taking on the responsibility for this. The EMS isn't taking on the responsibility, the EMS fund isn't taking on responsibility, the village is taking on responsibility. The hope there is that there's enough money in the EMS fund to pay that, but if there was not, it falls on the village taxpayers to pay that. That's true. I'm making sure that was the thing we were understanding.
I'm cheap, Rusty. So
That's true.
I'll do my best to keep it out of the taxpayers.
Can we get a written guarantee on that?
So we have a motion to pass it, and a second.
But one other comment, I just want to remind the board, we're just voting tonight, put this as a referendum for the village to vote on.
Right.
We're not, this is not a final decision tonight.
So if we're gonna do it, this is the time to do it, because we have an election coming up. We don't have to hold a special election, which costs us money to do. So it'd be nice to piggyback it onto our election coming up March 15th.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
Mike, no, Mike, are you ready for me to talk to you?
Yeah, go for it.
It's
I can talk.
same thing, things nobody wants to hear. So in 2018, after a zillion years, certainly for those of us who have been in the fire department forever and ever, a plan was put in place, thanks to many, but the person that put this in place was Dan Gavin, the fire chief, to finally make the EMS independent or less dependent on the fire department. The EMS had asked for years for a number of things, one being less oversight, less bodies over them, more independence in running their own affairs and in decision making. They'd asked for a much larger budget than the small budget that was supplied through the fire department and more control over that budget. That the village board then, after fire department interior workings, decided that they would try to do that, put that together. The village board did put that together, and certainly everybody that worked on it, the fire department, the EMS, et cetera, put that together as a plan. Didn't quite happen exactly the way that it was first thought of to happen, but that plan was put together to give the EMS department pretty much everything that they had wanted and asked for, and the village board did that. Since then, the monies have been coming in, and that's a good thing. So there are warning signs and things to think about in the decision. And interestingly enough, poor Paul gives us an article about Appalachian outlining that they had to raise their budget for the fire district taxes 23% because of factors, and the idea of this
handout for us was that this can happen to us if we don't have the money coming in from the charging for rides from the thing. The bad part of this is that in that same article, it comments, unfortunately, full billing revenue came in approximately 50% of what the billing company's consensus and the district's consensus forecast, resulting in a $200,000 shortfall. That is the warning that Ed may have thought of and referred to. I'm going to be talking quite a while, so yep, but you probably connect before when I'm done. Anyway, that is interestingly enough the warning that some of us here have had, some of us elsewhere have had. What's going to happen if this doesn't, if the money doesn't come in? What happens if the Tioga Center, that we do a considerable number of calls, and we're having discussions with them about various things? What happens if we no longer are their choice, even though we don't have a contract with them? What happens if Waverly or someone else does that? What about whoever? It doesn't matter. What happens if we don't get what we hope we get, what we want to get? That's the question. And of course, we know what happens, that the taxpayer money that we think is not going to pay for this is what has to pay for this. We just understand that, and we know that to be the case. So that's a thought amongst all the other thoughts that we have. Second thought is, when we do things and we give something to a portion of our staff or community, the rest of the staff in the community aren't pleased if they don't get the same thing. We gave some ARPA money to some people for things during the pandemic, and others that didn't get it weren't pleased. If we set up something where we're going to pay volunteers and we have a system to do this, which is a good thing, if we had no system, it would be much more difficult. What are we going to do for the rest of our volunteers? What are we going to do for the fire department? What are we going to do for other volunteers? I know we have systems for these, but volunteers that volunteer with the idea that there's going to be no compensation, when they see someone else getting it, they think differently. So that's a question we have. What about others? What about other places? What about other departments? What about volunteers on committees? What about volunteers for the cemetery? What about volunteers? This is not to belittle the EMS. The EMS does a wonderful job, but they did come aboard without this plan, without any expectation of any payment. Not terrible that they should have one, but no expectation of it. Christina just told us a good piece, that this EMS department is solid as heck and it's going to be here forever and ever and ever. Well, that kind of conflicts with the earlier part insinuated by a couple of folks that if we don't do this, we might lose a department and we might lose so many volunteers. So that's an interesting idea. We're going to have them over here no matter what, and over here we might lose. That's another concern. What do we do with all our other volunteers once we do this, that we don't have funding for, and that we would have to find funding for? That's second thing that I have in my looking at both sides of this. One other thing that I have for me in this is that we are elected by the taxpayers of the village of Owego to make their fiscal decisions. There are decisions that need to be made by referendums. Generally, their fiscal decisions are not. We don't put the budget up to a referendum. We make the budget, there's public hearings, people can have comment, but we don't leave that up to the voters to decide. We don't decide when Fred needs a new truck that's $79,000 that we're going to put that up to a referendum. We don't decide almost any of our fiscal decisions by putting it up to the voters. We are expected to make those decisions for them. We're expected to look it over, have the information, be informed that voters are generally not so much, and make the decisions for them. Those are some of the thoughts I have. We've heard many of the thoughts on the positive side. Some of the thoughts are not on the positive side. I have some others, but apparently there's a number of people that want to chime in to shut me down. Go for it. With the mayor's authority, he is a.
Oh, we'll go to Fran first.
Well, first of all, this is something that is suggested by the state of New York for the EMS and the fire department. It is not for all volunteers in the village. Okay, and it requires the 50 points per year participation. You don't get it just for sitting there. And to go back 6 years, well, at least 3 members of this board tried from the very beginning to separate the EMS from the fire department. And it took almost 10 months of wrangling with the previous fire chief, who did not want to be involved in this. Three to four to say, we are separating, no matter what.
This got suspended by the previous chief
Right, because,
for
yeah,
doing the tasks that he
that
asked for.
That's a lot of drama.
Yeah, well,
I just like to
thing
point
is,
out
let's be honest, the previous chief was against it.
two things I'd like to say as a
He
pastor.
did not encourage it.
A, the article that you were citing, Rusty, of Appalachian, the key difference is the Appalachian Fire District employs a full-time crew 24/7, 365 days a year, including our benefits and retirement. So hence their budget is going up. And two, you guys can argue this point all you want, but put it up to a vote and see what the village residents think. Not what Rusty Fuller thinks, but what the village residents actually think.
I've said multiple times, and I'll say it forever, if we had to employ a full-time 24/7 paid department, we would be way over. I mean, this is half an employee is the cost.
I would like to correct the mischaracterization of what I said. I said EMS as a whole is not going anywhere. The service will always be needed. I did not say that an individual department can't fail due to lack of volunteerism, which is why I support this program. You mischaracterized what I said, and I would appreciate it if you don't do that again.
I'm gonna be a sweet one.
Oh, good, Robin.
I just want, as you all know, the board, I do not live in Owego. I live in North Valley and I volunteer my time here, not as of late due to illness, but that is my goal again. I do not intend on, getting any of this benefit that's going out here. This is for the youth more than it is for us. So to knock us down, thinking that we're the ones that want it, we are not. It's for the kids, to get them in here, to get them involved, not for us.
Protect our future.
Yep. Replace us old farts.
Yes, we want replacement.
All right, anything else? We got a motion and a second. Heard from Mr. Better, anybody else have any comments?
No.
Responding to calls and trainings and stuff. So I like that part, that like the people who are like eagerly participating would be the ones benefiting. So I see like how that is like really encouraging. But like I was talking to Rusty earlier about about our the board's duties, about fiscal responsibility, and how much the departments made in a year, and like our plans for what that money is for repairing the building, for getting a new building, garages, set up for, communications. We're looking for stuff that's up out of the flood zone. So it's like more longer term planning. And, we're also looking at the money for vehicles, instead of doing the re-chassis, that we would have money for the brand new vehicles, the ambulances. So, we've been working with like, a brick DTA grant, to apply for with the hazard mitigation program. So that would, doing that would get us money, because we're a disadvantaged community. It would put money for our critical facilities, which, all our fire stations, and the DPW building and the garages, we can get money for that. So we could get money for, a new building and fixing up the current building, and studies with that, and vehicles. And so, but we would have to have, like 5 to 10% of the money, of our money, from our department, putting in towards that, and the rest comes from the federal government, because we're disadvantaged community, and we'd be applying, and we put the needs, we've addressed that these are our needs for our community in our plan. Like when we're talking about taking like $50,000 a year for this, that also could be placed into that contribution that we would be paying for like a new, like we would get like possibly new trucks and a new building, with that money. And so,
Need new people to put on the new trucks.
Thank you. Without the volunteers to staff your buildings and your trucks, you're going to be paying staff at a substantially higher rate to do those things. So if you don't take care of your volunteers, then the trucks and the buildings and all the bells and whistles that come after us mean nothing.
I can show you a beautiful station that's about 10 miles to the west of us that I can't mention any names, and they don't have anybody going out of it.
Okay, of our 3 ambulances, we already had 1 refurbished. And the other 2 will cost approximately $372,000 to refurbish in total. One thing I'd like to ask Paul is, what is the warranty on those refurbished vehicles?
Not prepared to answer that question, other than you have a factory warranty on the chassis portion, which is the same as a brand new vehicle. And you have a specific warranty on the items that they work on in the back. Now, refurb versus brand new, we've basically had very few problems with the refurb, and it saves a whole bunch of money of you're just, getting rid of an ambulance body. It goes to the sewer department to be used as their camera truck, those type things. And you just keep reusing the body, and it's cheaper in the long run. Saving money, potentially saving taxpayers money. So that's the big key item, that the people doing the re-chassis is a Horton provider. They know all the Horton ambulance stuff, and 31 is a good vehicle. Our latest re-chassis, or our first re-chassis.
Okay, well, so it's costing about $160,000 to to re-chassis a vehicle?
Right.
What would a brand new vehicle
Oh,
cost?
probably $250,000 at least.
Double.
That's about double.
Yep, yep,
Keep
so,
going, the price of steel keeps going up every year.
yeah, price of steel, price of
You're at a
aluminum.
fire engine for $1 million too, so.
Yep, so,
Mike, we'll do you and then we'll.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Rusty mentioned other volunteer organizations, and I don't believe there's any other volunteer organizations that are bringing money to the village like EMS is doing. So this is just a small piece of the puzzle. And from my perspective, and I think all of us, I think any volunteer organization that is willing to bring money into the organization, and help the village grow and make things better is a good thing. I mean, I think it's worthwhile that you take a small amount of money that would be half of an employee and give it to the volunteers that are willing to volunteer and donate their time and do things to help the community and help all of you when needed is a worthwhile venture. I mean, anybody could come and put this proposition together. I mean, Paul and you guys did an awful lot of work. We're doing the research, putting this together, and it's just gonna cost a small little bit. Yes, it is $50,000 a year, but as I say, that's gonna be half of employee if you have to get one, right? As Mike mentioned, the whole Appalachian ordeal, that's just because they have paid employees that they have to pay for to continue the level of service that they're giving. So I think it's a good deal. I would do it. So I would ask you to put it to the members of the community and let them decide.
All right.
Two more things.
Okay, so 2 more things and we'll go.
Well, or maybe 10 more things, but I have 2 more things. One is to follow up on what Laura said. I think that we are fortunate that we have the EMS bringing in money to help pay for this ambulance service. I think that every dollar of that we put away is valuable. And I actually have said this before, I didn't say it yet tonight, that no matter how much we put away, it's not enough. When the ambulances that cost a fortune are coming due, or if we lose 2 at once, or whatever happens, every nickel of that, I love that it's all spent for the EMS. So by the way, when you say, but it's for us, it is all for you guys. Every nickel of every penny that you make is for you guys. It's for the EMS. It's for everything that will happen. It's for everything that you need. And as I said, I want every dollar there to pay for ambulances down the road. And if there's extra dollars there, funny that you laughed when, and if I'm mischaracterizing this, somebody please correct me, but everybody laughed when they said, and the station, laughing because they don't believe, I believe that you thought the station is not up to snuff and not a great place. And I want every dollar to go to ambulances. I want it to go to the new house for the EMS. And we've been talking forever about this. And you guys don't hear it because you don't hear any of this stuff, how much we talk about where can we put them? Where can we put them that would be good? Where can we put them that they would like? What kind of building do we have? What building can we buy? We tried to buy the building next door, the old patch lumber yard from the county, next door to the fire station. We tried to trade them our other building for that. You guys don't know any of this stuff. We tried to buy it. They wanted a fortune for it. That would have been a beautiful building for you guys. Had an upstairs that would be out of the flood, had that giant tin barn in the back that could hold 100 vehicles. No. But anyways, couldn't get that. We are concerned about getting you guys a new house. And I'm sorry, but it's not that you don't deserve stuff. I want every dollar to go to that stuff. I want every dollar to go into our EMS account for the trucks, for the new house, for other pieces of equipment you need, for other things that the state is going to shove upon us. That's what I want the money for. Sorry, that's how I feel. And then, well, there was one more, but let the reviewers
I
go.
just have a question. Like I said, unlike some of them here, I am a village taxpayer. So my question would be, why is it that every time a chief of an agency and the membership clearly want something and lay out a good financial plan for said idea, there's always 1 or 2 on the board that immediately dismiss it? I believe Paul's done his due diligence. I think he is very efficient with the budget. I think the numbers would show that. And yeah, it's still not good enough. We still have to mother may I over him, over every dollar he wants to spend on his membership.
So the priority that I have was take care of the vehicles. If you don't have the vehicles, you can't serve the patients. So after that, the next item is the personnel. If you don't have the personnel, you don't have the way to transport the patients in your brand new shiny ambulances. The station, that's down lower on the list because there's DRI things going on and all that. So we can paint the inside of the station and make it look good. We can put a generator behind the station and all that. We can survive with the station that we have. Other than, the vehicles, you need the vehicles, you need the personnel, and we have a halfway decent place to store them, and we can do training and meetings or whatever upstairs. So, that's that aspect of it.
All right, I think we've heard a lot on both sides. Should we just vote on this thing and see what happens? That's a good plan.
I would just like to, okay, we currently have in reserve, $500 and almost $73,000. And by the end of this year, we'll have another 200,000 after everything's paid for. And, so we would have, 772,000, okay? And out of that, we gotta take 300,000 to refurbish these two vehicles. We'll still have around 500,000 to put into new property.
Or whatever. Those are the numbers. So let's vote. Fran? I'm gonna go
Yes.
backwards. Charles? Yes. Ed?
Yes.
Yes. Dave? Yes. Laura?
No.
Rusty? No. And yes. That is fine. So, it will be on the ballot.
Thank you.
All the villages.
No, thank you.
So I would like to say thank you for those that voted yes. For the two that voted no, I'm sorry that you voted no. And Mr. Fuller, I watched you walk in the door with a coat on that has an EMS patch on it. I would respectfully ask you to remove that EMS patch if you want to wear that in the village of Owego, because people see that EMS patch as being a member of the squad, and I would respectfully ask that you remove that or not wear the coat in public.
I'll second that. I appreciate that, although you do not know where I've been before and what I was before, but thank you.
It's irrelevant, but I would say thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody.
These gentlemen that were sitting here just this happened, one of my neighbors fell down, called the EMS, the police showed up, they did a great job, EMS, I think it was this guy. I tried to lift the lady up, which that doesn't seem to work so. They didn't want me calling EMS, we did, they rolled her up in a blanket, picked her up, got her up. She ended up going to the hospital on her own later, but, they did a great job responding to the time, and Devin and the police did a great job.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
I'm always getting good reviews.
Shine that.
Everybody excused?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, I would never forget the rest of it.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you, Paul, for joining.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
So on to another fun topic. Is James still on there? Did he fall asleep yet?
Barely. No offense.
All right, so James joins us. He was gonna be here in person, but something happened, family emergency, so he's on the TV. Talk about this Marvin Park entrance sign that got kicked up a couple of meetings ago. So, James, you wanna?
Yeah, and hopefully to potentially provide some insight to any of the other things. I apologize for not being there in person. It was my intention. Unfortunately, life intervened, but I'm glad I can at least still be here for this at this point. Um, so I guess the main update with the signage, and I wish, if you're unaware, Connor from IDS has moved on to a different position or gone. I'm not exactly sure what the story is, but we have a new representative, and I haven't really been able to get them into the loop to come to this meeting at this point. But um, so this signage previously, from my understanding, the wording was submitted to you guys for review, and it seemed like there was uh, some debate on whether it was, what you actually wanted to be as this mainstay of the sign. And so I guess some steps were missed at some point, because so this sign has been fabricated. It is existing on the site. I mean, they're ready to put the foundations. The only thing that was really in question and that was brought up was the vinyl that essentially needs to be confirmed for the lettering and the actual wording. And it's my understanding that Rebecca, the I believe she works in tourism, but she's handling most of the signages for the other part of DRI projects. She's touched base with Fred and kind of finalized what they want to be the final location of that sign and its sort of orientation. I do believe that some final kinks need to be presented to that, or final layout needs to be presented to you guys for a formal vote. Unfortunately, that was not ready today, so that's why Rebecca is not here, partially because of the unexpected Connor issue. But um, I guess barring that, that's mostly what I came to say as far as that, and try to address any questions that you guys have on that signage, because it is ready to be installed essentially. The vinyl can really be changed or fixed or adjusted at any point. Um, but I want to make sure that we understand what's being installed.
So this is that like 10-foot, really big, it's like a 10-foot chunky long vinyl wrapped
Yeah, it's got like a
base
stone base.
sign. Yeah, it's like so yeah, like 10-foot chunky, it's like a huge frame, and then the little sign is 30 inches and says Marvin on it, and that's like announcing the park. Um, so very disappointed in the sign that it doesn't meet like any other look that the village signage has. I think it's like a big waste of our money, because it's like hard to clean. It's just sort of like a waste of product and stuff, and I think that money could just be used in the signage portion for in that park, or even in the rest of the signage, in the DRI signage contract. And like we could just use a portion of that sign that is prefabricated, I guess. They already have prefabricated signs like that for elementary schools and stuff like that. It's not like they really made it for us. It's like something that's like a big, sample base. So, I don't know, it's just like we're paying for something that like would be sort of a waste to like, clean and mow around. And we could really use that money in a whole bunch of other places. I did comment on what was presented, that like the arrows on it, needed to direct people with the right proper traffic flow. So that should definitely be fixed if we can't like not pay for this sign, you know, like I don't know, it wasn't like presented to us ever.
Well, kind of, so it's been in the bid package since before it went to bid, probably a year ago.
What was in the bid package that also showed us, the level of the other details in the same bid package where we were still deciding if we were gonna have pickleball courts or basketball court or tennis courts. The fence, at the time, they were talking about having a 4-foot fence. At that meeting where the sign was presented to us, it didn't get presented, but what did get presented was that the kids at the skateboard park wanted a sign that said Ryan Rubner Park. So we talked about like this other sign, and we were only gonna get details about that. So like all we heard about signs are that like they're coming with further details. So at that meeting, we didn't know that we were approving a final design. Like we had no final anything for the park that we were talking about. So it's not like we were going over fine details or nitpicking anything, you know, like there was nothing presented to us in a fashion that anything was final. Like we didn't know basics about anything about Marvin Park project to be talking final details at that point.
In general, I mean, that's what a bid package is. That's the drawing package that all the contractors bid their numbers to build the final product. So what's in there is what's in there.
Yeah, but it also, you know, included the entrance pillars.
Right, which we
Something or
changed
nothing's
the
getting
scope of
done
since
with
then.
those, and that was in the bid packet, you know, it's very vague, and so this sign was no finished product that we, you know, approved at that time.
So I guess the question is, can we change the sign? It's ugly, we don't like it.
So the answer to that is gonna cost us money. The foundation is over there, the holes are dug, the stone's over there, the steel's over there. They don't just take that.
So I mean, I can look at and get the numbers to see what money you could recoup from this, but there's a level of acceptance that this is fabricated and this is there, and whether or not it's installed or anything like that, that sign is already built, and you know IDS is going to be expected to be paid for that. So I mean, I could pull up the budget and take a general guess at it. Um, but I mean, we already cut this thing down. This started off as a $200,000 item. And I mean, I want to say we cut it down to like almost 30.
So remember,
So I mean, it's already been cut down a few times. And to reiterate what Mike said, yeah, maybe we didn't go over that exact detail in, you know, in a very formal setting where you guys reviewed exactly it and decided and voted on it, but we didn't do that with a lot of different aspects of all of these projects. I mean, if we tried to go through and get a voted approval on every detail throughout the drawings, I mean, it's just not a practical process. But I mean, we did submit the drawings, and you know they've been on your guys' desk. It went out to bid, and even if the first time it was, you know, maybe unrealized when it went out after that first meeting that Laura mentioned. I mean, we didn't get any bids on the first time of it because of the electronic submission error. So I mean, there was another 3 months after that where it went out to bid again. So I mean, at that point, there was still a good chunk of time for anybody to look at this and provide some sort of feedback. And then even then, we got the bids and we sat on them for almost 4 months, I believe, until we decided to move forward for that. So uh, I just don't see how we're gonna get out of cutting that entire thing from the scope. But I mean, certainly the installation, I don't know exactly how much that's going to save you, but if you guys would like, I can request that number.
So I was just gonna remind everybody that the entrance originally, like James said, started out like over 200,000, and it was supposed to either restore the pillars and then add the arch back, or have holes behind the pillars and then have the big arch with the laser cut steel that said Marvin Park, like it used to be 400 years ago.
Wasn't that long ago.
But we determined that was too expensive, so this was the alternate. So there was a pretty lengthy discussion on the sign and the entrance.
Just for, because I can't remember, do you remember how much it cost us for this whole sign?
James could tell us.
I'm working on pulling it up right now.
Just curious. A lot cheaper
Doesn't
than the
matter, I
original.
mean, can't fix that, but I'm just curious.
This was the money saving sign.
Yeah.
Versus the original one that was in the designs that we did cut, that we did talk about for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, just to look at it, the base is massive. It's like putting a 12-inch pole on a stop sign, you know?
Yeah.
It just looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Comparing it, the base to the small signage at the top.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the best design, but it is the same design that's been there since we changed it from the arch. It's not any of our designs, it was actually ID Signs that designed it.
It's not breaking anybody's heart that's gonna be around, like Connor doesn't work there anymore. You know?
Right.
It's not looking hard at anybody.
Yeah, no, none of us really came up with this sign.
No, we didn't necessarily come up with this design, but I mean, that is what, IDS was doing with part of Rebecca. So I mean, this was designed with the intent of tying it in with all of that other DRI signage that has been. Like it's part of that same family of signage that they've presented previously. It's the same kind of make and layout. I mean, I don't know much about aesthetic sign design or that kind of thing, but
The actual content piece of that sign, like 30-inch portion, copies and matches all the other signs, and that's like that would be appropriate. It just didn't have like that 10-foot base and all that material that's like unneeded.
I wish Martin Park was like 10 foot tall in there instead of the base. Yeah.
Well, if you could mow under it, fine. Have it on poles, longer poles.
Yeah, Fred, would that pose a trouble? With you guys mowing around that ugly thing?
Well, right now, it's kind of gonna look like the elementary school one, there's gonna be no mowing under it. Yeah. It's gonna be a big whack around. Yeah, we're gonna weed whack around it, really, not mowing it. There's stone on it, there's some shrubs around it, and all that stuff. Yeah.
I was just asking Laura, what is your thought about what you might want to do about this? I know that you're talking about saving some money, but once again, are we sniffing that the sign's up 150 and if we did this, we can save 10 grand? Yeah. If there was something significant we could do, that's a thought process. If we're spending a bunch of time on something that either we can't do or it's not gonna be at all significant, then we should.
Or does it cost us money to do something because we've got all the stuff over there? I don't know if there's really anything else with James besides check into that and report back.
yeah, I have a couple things. I mainly just want to give you guys some general updates. I do have the sheet up right now. I'm trying to find the exact the exact number they put on it.
Becca asked to come to the next meeting to talk about the other signs, which are the wayfinding signs in the downtown.
Yeah, so Rebecca did ask that we generally put a pin on it. She was hoping to have a presentation put together She was scheduled to work with Connor on that last week, Thursday and Friday, so that it could be presented today. Obviously that didn't happen, so she's been kind of caught unaware as far as that.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna have more sign information next meeting. Did you have anything else?
So the monument installation, it looks like about $20,000.
What's the total budget for that? Sign, monument? What is?
What's mine?
That'd be the sign.
Yeah, I assume that it's 28 based on this.
28,000?
Yeah, total.
Is the total budget for the sign?
28. And how much of that is the installation?
Uh,
What was that?
They really only have this listed, so they have it as monument installation L and monument installation M. And so, but it's all under the phase 1, which is the entrance. But there's only one monument really for that. Like the skate park part of that is separated. So I mean, it seems to be 20,000 or 28,000 is the total for the sign. And either 8,000 is either the installation or the material. Oh, so I bet you that. Okay, so L is labor and M is materials. So you guys will save $8,000 and you will have $20,000 worth of sign to put in storage or not do anything with.
Okay.
Because we pay for the materials, it's just to put.
Right, the materials over there, we could save the 8,000.
Even changing the sign.
But I mean, just to give you an example while I've got this up, this original part of the project for the DRI, for the contracts that was laid out, this was set at almost 200,000. We then together cut that down to 75,000. And then even on top of that, we reduced it as part of the final design, and the bid came in at 28,000.
So we went from 200,000 to 28,000.
Wish we'd have spent that money on the fence.
Well, you did spend that money on fence.
Yeah, the fence without a gate in it from the end of the sidewalk.
Yeah, they're fixing that.
We should spend more money on it.
Yeah.
But we will have more information on other signage by next meeting, hopefully. Rebecca can connect.
Yeah, Rebecca says she intends to present on that at the next meeting. So,
Mike, I don't know if this is valuable at all. As I kind of generally remember when we were putting these projects together, we were talking to James about it, and he said, it's gonna be difficult for us to break out each little detail in this one, because when we bid these out, it's gonna be one giant thing. So even though we kind of asked about that a little bit before, we're not gonna be able to say, oh yeah, that's 5,000 and this is 9 and this is 8, because that's not how the bidder's looking at it. So I do get that's complicated for us.
Yeah.
And no.
There's a lot of details on all these projects.
You just gotta look closely in the future for that.
There's so many overrides already.
Yeah, I know, right?
Stuff gets lost in translation.
On the next DRI that we're gonna refuse.
Yeah, right.
So I guess the only things I have left that I just wanted to provide a very quick update on is just so the flood permit stuff to move ahead on getting the variance. So we've submitted that to your local code guy. I owe him a call to just touch base with him. And assuming that your local planning board has approved that and I have a resolution from them, I can submit it to the state board, and that is going to undergo an administrative process, meaning we won't have to wait for a monthly meeting, and I won't have to drive up there and present and do a whole bunch. So hopefully it should be quick as soon as I get the local approval. I just need the official documentation on that, and then we can push ahead with that. One thing that I talked to Mike about at this previous week was, and I believe I presented it all to you guys, that Dyco quoted you $18,321.79. So this is the work for the Southside Lighting to update the equipment there that has to be done per NICEAG. So in order to supply power to these lights, to determine, where those breaks in the conduit are, and to make sure that the equipment is up to the latest standards, that is the minimum on that. Now, part of that money is kind of held up in our state, reconfiguring of budgets situation, which Julie is still working on. But I think this is something you guys should at least consider pushing ahead with, or providing some sort of approval. That way, once those funds do come loose, the actual construction of it can be started, pretty immediately. But that is up to you guys to decide on that.
Is that out of DRI money or is that out of some other money?
So it'll be out of the DRI money. So the issue is the changes to the south side lights, or the fix to make it do what it was really supposed to do, is all part of the budget amendment of the moving the money around, which is tied up at the state.
This is.
You say budget amendment, you mean state budget amendment?
Our DRI budget amendment, right, where we took money from the art park and shifted it around to different projects. So some of that gets to the south side lighting.
Is almost all that money you're talking about from the art park? The shifting of the money is almost all of it from the art park?
Actually, most of that money that's going from to the lights is from the firehouse, because once it has a significant budget, that we couldn't actually do the clock tower portion of it. That was a large part of that got shifted.
Because we're only doing the roof instead of the roof and the clock tower. So there's a bunch of stuff. There's the art park. There's some leftover money at the firehouse from just doing the roof and not doing the roof and the clock tower. And then there's the other cuts that we made, like Draper Park, or stuff that was supposed to go on there, old mulches and whatever. So all that got reconfigured and distributed to the projects we had, like Marvin Park, Southside Lights.
So is it all?
So we presented some of those changes to Julie and asked her to approve some of those budget adjustments. The reason it's taking so long at this point is we are one of many who are in this similar situation. The state is currently in a debate on whether or not it would be smart to just kind of pile all these contracts together, thus making it much easier for entities like us to shift money from one project to the other as needed.
Which, that just all happened. That was the idea, right? That's why it's all one big contract with Department of State and not 7 different contracts, was so that we could borrow money from one to pay the other one and whatever. But that's not how it turned out. Somehow the state still has final say of how you shift money around.
But James is implying that the state is still sniffing at maybe being that happening, maybe.
They've been going back and forth on that.
But it would be fabulous if we could take those things, put them in a pot, and say, now we decide which place they go to. That's exactly what we need. If they
just gave us a check for $3 million.
Yeah, hopefully they make up their mind before our construction is done.
Perfect timing, friend. Go ahead.
No, I thought.
Sorry, I lost you guys there for a moment.
I thought the leakage on the roof of the fire station was because of the clock tower.
The only other thing I suppose I have is
we are just a minute, James, sealing. So we're doing the roof and we're sealing the clock tower, but we don't, the refurbishment of the clock tower to make it look pretty was was over $1 million.
Okay. So we're doing underneath the
Understand.
roof, underneath the clock.
And the rest of it.
Of course, the rest of it, but that's what we're doing about the clock. James still has some more stuff.
Nope, you're good. And if you guys would like, I can email you the table of essentially changes that I submitted to Julie because we had to, like, I had to break down what we were taking from which project, why we were taking it, and where it was going to in order to do that. And it kind of shows where we took money, where it ended up, and why it ended up there. And when I say why, I don't mean a large explanation, but just a general, South Side lighting, Lake Street improvements, whatever it is. And I can send that to you guys for review, and you guys can submit questions to me on it, just so that you can feel informed.
Yeah, I don't remember us making an official decision about the adjustment for like removing the clock tower from the project entirely, like,
It was when we accepted the bid.
like I definitely would have wanted us to make sure we were doing the ceiling and, sealing it up and making sure, yeah.
Yeah, and I was only accepted the bid for the roof, which we talked about making sure we seal up the leaks and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it wasn't like saying that was entirely giving that money back, that we would use it for some portion of the tower
Right.
ceiling and stuff like that. Yeah, it wasn't officially all removed.
No, yeah, no, it's not all removed.
Okay. I remember seeing the document because it had the money for art left over on it, and it was retained it in the section for Laker Park.
That's another conversation we have. We need to spool that up because we need to get those RFPs and whatever they are out for the art.
Yeah, that's a good segue. And the table that I have here that I'll send to you guys shows that we have 140,000 that we essentially allocated to the waterfront projects. Now, we're kind of at square one with those when we talked about previously, like, okay, how do we want to break it up? How many projects? And, where do we want to install these things? Do we want to do local artists versus international? All that stuff needs to be decided. My recommendation is that you form, a similar committee that you had, when it was the art park to kind of help decide that. And, at least one, ideally two members of the board would be on that so they can be fully informed and go back to the board with it. And then essentially you would have that committee have a couple milestones. The first one being, general.
I think once they start work on that roof, once they start peeling that onion,
I'm sorry, something about peeling an onion, but
Are you still there, James?
yeah, you guys just froze for a second.
Yeah, I know. You think there's a storm outside, but there isn't.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, like I said, and I'll take, recommendations from you guys, but I think you guys should, reach out to some people who you think would be interested and would help the board make this decision. Um, if the board wants to try to handle it themselves, you can. Seems like you guys have enough on your plate, as a board already, and you might be able to get some other bodies that are, very vested in this aspect of the project to help you out.
Yeah, so we do need a new, it might be the same art committee.
Fred's
but we need
got
a
a
art-
question.
Can I ask James a question?
Yeah.
James, Fred.
What's up?
When you were talking to Southside, are you talking the NICEAG poles on Southside? You're not talking about the Southside, what was proposed, are you? You're talking about the streetlights, right?
What I'm talking about for that 18,000 that Dyco is representing, that is
Yes,
what
sir.
we talked about in the field to supply power to those poles.
Okay.
Because NICEAG said there's no longer power to them and the existing equipment needs to be updated. And that also includes Dyco's manpower to identify the full needs of the repair.
Okay. Perfect.
Which honestly, considering that, I think that's a very reasonable number.
Yeah. I think it's very fair for you that just fix the conduit.
So there is some risk, like, let's say we approve that, it's all part of that budget amendment that the state is chewing on. So if the state comes back and says, no, they don't approve the budget amendment, but we approve DICO to go ahead and do that work, then we might be on the hook for some of that.
So my next question to that, what the mayor's saying, when they go and put the transformers up and everything else to make that hot, is that NICEAG providing, or is that us, the village, have to pay NICEAG to hook up?
That price includes NICEAG's fee to hook it up.
And that's bringing the transformers in and everything and making it hot on the lines?
Yeah, that's everything, cause that's everything you need to bring it up to spec and to make it hot. So at that point, you guys will be paying for power to these lights.
And
That's how
18K.
DICO is going to check to see if which ones need, like where the conduit is that needs to be replaced. As opposed to digging up the whole thing, they're going to try to locate the specific damage.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the risk there. If we tell them to go ahead without the amendment approved from Department of State, it could be our money at the end of the day. Now, it already is our money until we get it back 8 months later, but
I'm taking us broke.
at the end of the day, we could end up on the hook for that. If the state comes back and says, no, they don't approve us moving the money around.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar to the Marvin Park situation. I will say that, this number will expire. It won't sit there forever. After I think 90 days, DICO has an option to review this number and update the quote, based on whatever equipment. Likewise with NICEAG. But I mean, it's not going to jump to be $50,000 or anything crazy like that. So it's really up to you guys whether or not you just want to hold out and wait and see what happens, or if you want DICO to get going on that right away. And I would say it's not even at a point where, like, if you guys are unsure, you want to talk to, your own electrical guys, you want to talk to Fred off the meeting or whatever. This isn't something that needs to be turned around today or tomorrow, because of the state lag. No matter what, once DICO does that work, the repairs to the conduit still need to be done, and that there's no way that can be done until the state comes down and approves that. So.
Do we have a guesstimate on the repairs? Obviously, we had to submit that budget.
Yeah, so when we submitted it, we submitted a total budget of 150,000, which was that was based on our discussion with the local electrical guy, Fred, and DICO out on site. Now that number could be significantly lower. We don't expect it to be larger.
Okay.
So that essentially leaves the construction budget at 131,678.
Okay. Yeah, we wouldn't want to approve that to go ahead without maybe getting it back.
No, but the nice thing is if you approve the beginning part of it, you still know where the damage is and what needs to be done, regardless of whether or not you go forward with the construction part of it. So at some point, if you guys decide maybe it's something Fred and his guys can do with the supervision of someone else, or you will have everything you need to know what needs to be done. But again, you could have that work done at another time as well.
Okay. You guys want to do anything with that portion of it? Or you want to wait?
This is the 18,000 for the lights?
Yeah.
fix those lights.
Well, the 18,000, that connects everything? Is that what that is?
That gets power there, and then they're able to figure out exactly where the conduits are broken. So the budget to fix all that is in part of this budget amendment. But we'll let them keep going to figure out that we really put the right number in that budget amendment.
No, we need the power over that. That's
Most
the thing.
likely, they'll let us pay for lighting, for safety, for, you know, people on the roads. I think they'll fund it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then, it's stupid, but this is what the project was supposed to be.
Right.
You know, I mean, when it first came, it
Supposed to have this.
wasn't supposed to be the other stuff that happened.
Power.
Definitely up there.
Yeah. It's dark over there. Very. So do we feel comfortable with that? I'm gonna call it a risk, that we may pay 18,000 and not get it back if the state doesn't say that it's okay. I don't see them saying that it's not, you know what I mean?
I mean, that has to be, in order to do the project, that has to be in the project, all of these little pieces. I don't know what it said exactly in the proposal, but every little piece of the proposal has to be there. Supplying the electricity, making sure that the conduits are solid, it has the wires that are solid, that the pole is solid, that all those pieces have to be in it.
Right.
Right, the power wires underground are cut in half.
Yeah, it's an important thing. Get that fixed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's gotta be fixed.
It's gotta be done no matter what.
Right. I don't see a lot of, I don't see the state saying that they're not gonna approve that portion of it. I think it's very low risk. And as far as what we're paying
Yeah,
out,
honestly, based on what I've talked with Julie, I believe if it wasn't a matter of all of these places having similar issues and kind of wanting to simplify the whole process, the amendment might have been approved already. I mean, we submitted that back at the beginning of November. And so part of the downside to this ideal situation is that it's taking a bit longer because it's more to debate on their end.
yeah, I don't see an issue with the amendment. But the state hasn't officially said that, so I can't say that with 100% certainty.
What's the number again, James? 18,000 what?
$18,321.79.
And what? 79 cents. And the company
That
that's,
and so I mean that's an exact number from the contractor. That's not an estimate that might change based on bids. That is exactly what it costs.
this is a contractor that we've already accepted bids from.
Decal Electric, they've done, I forgot.
Are they part of this project?
They've done everything, electrical. with all
Yep,
of our-
Dyko, they won the bids for both this project and Marvin Park.
And this is an add-on.
Right.
Yeah, from their side of things, it's a change order. Yeah.
Change order. And so we need to approve that change order if we want to move forward. So moved.
Wasn't that in our original contract to have it done, and it was just misunderstood, and we got light bulbs instead?
Yeah, the whole thing is a mess.
So now we're changing it to say what we originally wanted, and the engineers misheard the first time. Like, that wasn't really our mistake, that they misheard us, or misunderstood the project.
The person that bid in the bid package didn't bid
They didn't bid on
for this particular thing.
Had they bid on I'm gonna say the correct project, because the project was messed up a little bit. But had they bid on the correct project, they would have bid the $130,000 more than what they did bid. Which is why when we saw the number, it was less than what we thought it was gonna be, because it wasn't everything we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, that's a great deal.
So, once again, welcome to construction. It's a change order. Unless they had made an error and they didn't make an error.
Right.
Unless the company bidding made an error. And every time we get into that anyways, we end up eating half or all of it anyways. So unless they made an error, we say, then we're gonna have to pay for that change order to continue on trying to move the street light. And I did move that we approve that, and then Brad did second.
We got a motion.
We're still talking about it.
Yeah, I second it.
So, do we have any other comments on there, or should we vote on just that part? Hold on. Why does this keep doing that?
I vote
Why
to
is-
kick James off.
I know. I want James to be able to hear if we vote yes or no,
He's already done it.
so he can tell.
I can hear you guys,
Oh,
although your image is frozen.
Yeah, we'll come back. So you can tell decal. Decal? I forget how you say it. You gotta correct me once. Decal. Decal. Alright, anyway, let's vote on that one. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Okay. So we'll move forward with that. It's really no risk, and we gotta pay out all this money anyway and hope to get it back. Anyways.
I will move ahead in getting that change order processed. Along those lines, we do have two small change orders from Streeter due to the stop work order. One is for $543 and the other is for $839. Which is essentially just for minor demobilization for the masonry contractors. I will submit those to you guys for formal approval as well, along with the one you just voted on.
Say those numbers again.
I don't know if you need to vote on this as well, but
Say the numbers again, please.
the first one is $543,
For what?
and that is for the masonry demobilization.
For the bathroom.
Okay.
And the second one is $839, and that is for mortar and grout storage and movement. So they didn't leave it out and have it get damaged in the weather.
This is because we put a stop work on the bathroom until we got the flood permit straightened out.
Yeah, because you can't build without a permit.
Right.
So we had to stop it.
So I don't, whether we need to, but let's just do it, so.
Yeah, you can
So
just
it'll
make a
be there in the record for you and for everybody else.
Yeah.
Move that we approve the Streeter change orders of 543 and 39.
I second.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion on them? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed's not there right now. I say yes.
Oh, there's that.
Ed's been. Ed, you vote?
Ed, say yes.
I say yes.
All right. All right. Anything else?
I think that is everything, other than my ever-mounting pile of updates and summaries that the state requests from me. Mike, you've been on those email chains. It's just form after form after form of updating dates and nothing else, really. But if you guys don't have any other questions, I can let you move on to other business.
All right.
Thank you.
Nate, are you there?
Thank you, guys. I apologize again for not being able to be there in person. I'll try to make it to the next one.
We'll still be here, James, don't worry.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, James. I'm gonna skip on the agenda, since we got a couple people here for this one, but 289 Front Street. And I'm gonna let Nate start with this one, just because me and him have a long chat.
Yeah, so my understanding is that an application was made to OHPC sometime last year for approval of a certificate of appropriateness for a porch, and that there were a couple meetings held by OHPC, it looks like in last September, and now an appeal has been submitted to the village board. So one of the first things for you folks to understand, when you're sitting as an appellate body, is your role is to review all of the record that was presented to OHPC. So that would be all the documents, as well as the meeting minutes, and potentially, if there's an audio recording, the audio recording of that meeting. And so when I was looking at all of the things that Jim Overheiser sent over to the mayor and to the clerk's office, and possibly all of you, hopefully you all have it, looking at the meeting minutes from the meeting at which OHPC apparently made a decision, it actually looks like when you review it, and this is the, I think, September 23rd meeting, a decision was not actually made on this application. The motion was to table the action instead of denying it or approving it. And so I know it's been appealed to you folks. My recommendation to you would be to actually send it back down to OHPC for official affirmative approval or denial of the application. Because again, the motion was to simply table it, which means no action was taken at all. So there has been no denial. And so OHPC needs to actually make a decision one way or the other. And then from there, the thing that needs to be done is a formal written decision produced that outlines specifically why the board made its decision, what the rationale was, chapter and verse. When you look at the motion and the minutes language, it references a SHPO recommending denial, but it doesn't really explain it. And so my understanding is that it's something to do with concrete. It's kind of like first there was no decision, but then second, something to do with concrete, which is not allowed. It doesn't say specifically why concrete is not allowed. So OHPC needs to be more thorough in its explanation of its reasoning and also actually make a decision instead of simply tabling a matter. Tabling it puts it off forever, without a formal decision. So my recommendation to you as the village board would be send it back to OHPC, have them redo their process and thoroughly explain their rationale and actually make a decision, not table the matter.
Is that not an effective denial? The tabling of the matter?
Yeah, so no,
Because
it's
the
not.
process is Nate, the process is the punishment, you realize, right?
Well, and this is the problem with tabling something. By tabling it, you're not required to explain your rationale. And so in one sense, yes, tabling was a denial because it's just pending forever. But this places you as an appellate body in an impossible situation. You don't really know the full reasoning why it was tabled forever, which was an effective denial. OHPC needs to explain why they denied it or tabled it, really. Because without that rationale, you just don't know. And I explained to Mike earlier when we were talking that in this same type of situation, if it was appealed to a court, the judge would look at the record and go, I don't know why they actually made the decision that they made, why they tabled it, which was effectively a denial. They need to explain themselves completely.
But is this not in itself a denial of due process? I mean, again,
Well,
the process is the punishment.
Yeah, that's why it goes back to OHPC to fully explain themselves. From there, once the record is complete, then the village board can actually act.
We have Phoebe here.
So I'm Phoebe Morris. You're from OHPC. Do you want to hear an explanation from me, or do you want to start with Cindy? Since parties are here to talk about what the whole process was, the fact that Cindy came.
So Mike, one of the things that I mentioned earlier in my explanation, the record is what it is. So the minutes are the minutes. The documentation that was submitted is the documentation. This is an appeal. It's not a hearing, a formal hearing to redo the whole process. This is why the record is so important on an appeal. It needs to be complete. And so I appreciate that there's people there who have information about what happened, but that's why the minutes are important and the decision needs to be complete in order for the board to review it, because you as an appellate body aren't supposed to take new information that's outside of the record.
Right. So Nate, what would prevent the village board as an appellate body from overruling the tabling of the OHPC?
Well, that's what exactly you're doing by sending it back to OHPC to actually affirmatively take action one way or the other. OHPC needs to decide yes or no.
But are appellate bodies not allowed to make their own decision rather than sending it back to the lower court, so to speak?
Yeah, so that's here's a fun Latin phrase. De novo review of a particular record. You review it like it's new instead of just sending it back down to the lower body, whatever it might be. I think the problem here is that the record to me is just incomplete because we don't know OHPC's full rationale for their decision. The record of decision says they tabled it, and there's no clear explanation why they did it other than it's somehow related to a SHPO recommendation. But even looking at the SHPO recommendation, it just says no concrete, period. It doesn't say why no concrete is actually appropriate or not. And it's just, to me, when I've looked at it, I couldn't understand why. Ed, I see where you're headed. And if you have all of the information in front of you to make a decision, then you could. But these are the problems that I think I see with it. And to me, my recommendation to you would be send it back to OHPC for a more thorough decision.
Well, so what that's going to result in is OHPC saying that SHPO denies any use of concrete in replacing a wooden porch floor.
Yeah, and Ed, that to me is an incomplete answer. Like SHPO doesn't make the decisions here; the village does. OHPC makes a decision. SHPO saying not approved isn't an answer.
So they'll base their decision on that. OHPC will say we deny it based on the recommendation that SHPO was made not to approve the use of concrete for a replacement of a wooden porch floor.
Well, Ed, and I think that's the problem. SHPO doesn't make the decision. It has to be OHPC, and substituting SHPO's judgment for OHPC is, to me, not appropriate. Why is SHPO saying it's inappropriate? It needs to be outlined clearly so that everyone who's participating in the decision-making process can understand why it's not appropriate, or find the fault with the rationale.
And then what?
And then, depending on what OHPC does, the applicant would appeal again to the board, and you folks would be able to see clearly and understand why OHPC actually made that decision.
So are you saying that if this board chose to take action on this tonight, it would be illegitimate?
I'm not sure you have the full understanding from OHPC why they did what they did. What is the standards that they're saying apply here? How does that, what is the standard of review that OHPC is going through? What are the physical design standards that they use? And then how did they actually apply it here and say, this thing is wrong, that thing is wrong, this other thing is wrong. Here's the historic guideline. This is why concrete is in fact not appropriate. It's just not in the record.
Well, it's not in the record because it's a judgment call.
And that's why they're required to actually write out their explanation. It's the judgment call. I would say yes, but okay, what were the factors that weighed into their judgment? It's just not written out.
Well, no. The factors are that they don't like Sidney Bobnick, and that's it. End of story. I can tell you that right now.
That may be the case, Ed, but it's not in writing.
Oh, so they're going to put that in writing?
I have past emails that were sent out to everybody in the village.
Is that what was in there?
It
was in
Yeah, I read
from
all of it.
2017. Did you see
give us
from the windows?
Period of time.
Did you see all the stuff from the
Yeah,
windows?
so we'll go
30
back.
days,
I read
60
the whole
days.
thing.
We'll go back to them for their meeting that's on March. What did I tell you, Nate? 7th, maybe, or something like that. Whenever the first Thursday is. March. So go back to their meeting for more information and a decision. Essentially, probably a denial, and then Cindy would reappeal to us by our next meeting in March.
In March.
And then we would essentially have all the information to make our own decision.
And you have all the previous stuff?
Yes.
You got this, both packets?
Yep.
I don't know what they got. I got everything that you gave us.
And we got everything from OHPC that Jim sent, and GB.
Well, you got your stuff from,
Pertaining to the porch issue.
Right.
did you get the stuff from the previous issue?
I don't know anything about the
No.
previous issue.
Are they required, Nate, to give us an explanation? What the problem was?
Yeah, and right in the village code, all decisions have to be in writing and explain the basis for it. And it's just a motion to table. I mean, there wasn't an explanation.
It's in the village law, and even the certificate of appropriateness I saw, which just said denied, should have gone back to Cindy with the same explanation of why it was denied specifically.
Wait, it was denied?
One of the documents, Ed, is a certificate of appropriateness with a denial checkbox next to it, but there was no board action actually denying it.
Well, who issued that?
What, the certificate of appropriateness? I typed
With
that
the
up.
with the denied checkbox marked?
But there's no actual motion
Right,
to
but there was
support
no
that.
actual motion. The motion was actually to table it, but there's no checkbox to say table. So, like you said, like default,
Well, then it was denied.
until it goes.
If the document that was issued is denied, then it was denied.
Ed, I think that document was issued inappropriately. There was no board action to support it.
The document was never really issued. It's the problem.
Yeah, if you read the
Wait,
code,
how do we know of the existence of this document if it was not issued?
Because it was up in the meeting while we were meeting with Cindy. And it just sat there doing nothing. It never got sent to Meg, it never got sent to code, it never got sent anywhere. It was just.
Then how are we aware of it?
Because when they asked for everything, we sent everything.
Right, so it was denied.
No, it was never voted on as denied. It was
Yes,
voted
it
on.
was voted on twice, Phoebe.
It was.
You guys kept me in the
Table.
meeting here for 2.5 hours one night when you didn't even have a quorum.
Yeah.
And you voted on it. And then you had to have a second meeting.
To vote on it.
now the minutes were interesting.
And here's what, this is why Ed says they don't like me. So this is my original work on the house.
Okay.
I thought that was in the packet.
We'll add it to the packet. So, like Nate says, our best bet probably is to send it back to OHPC for their meeting in March to do what they are supposed to do by the code. And then if they deny it, Cindy obviously can reappeal to us, and we will have the full record or whatever, the legal record, that we can then make a decision, an informed decision on.
So how long does an application stay open if somebody puts one in with the village? A year? And then it gets
Well, I don't
let
know
go
if
if
that's in the
nothing
code,
happens?
because it got tabled, so who knows?
They tabled it, so I would drop the issue and then they could just let it go and then there wouldn't be a denial.
You tabled it so you could come back with a better design, with something.
You tabled it so I'd come back with doing it the way you want me to do it, Phoebe. And if I'm paying for it, it's my house, I'm gonna do it my way. I'm not comfortable with it either, Rusty. My application's been in since June.
I'm just not comfortable with the two of you arguing back and forth in the meeting, that's all I'm saying.
Well, but we amended our rules so that anyone could speak at any time. So
We did preface it with going off the rails.
Yeah, you got to put them off the rails.
We've had that happen before.
Well, it's only off the rails when you're not able to do what you want to do within reasonable limits with your own property.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And it's not like I'm cheaping out on it. I'm putting way more money in it than if I did it their way. And if you walk down Front Street and look at some of the porches that have been recently redone, the way the salt comes off the trucks and hits the porch, the house 2 doors down from us where she just redid her porch is all coming apart. Concrete is the best way to go.
Oh, we got a lot of stuff in the chat, I never saw. Can you read that?
I can't even
I can see chat.
I see green.
So I would make a motion that the village board rules the OHPC tabling and that a certificate of appropriateness be issued for the use of concrete in Cindy Bobnick's porch at 239 Front Street.
289.
I'll second that.
What did you just say? What motion?
Can you repeat that, Ed?
I move that the village board overrules the OHPC decision to table the application for the use of concrete at 239 Front Street for the front porch. And that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
So the OHPC is a CLG. They're a commission that operates under their own thing. We don't overrule any specific thing that's like on their, like an application that comes to them to rule. Like once it's been ruled on through the process, then they can come to our board for appeals.
It has, it's been denied. It's been denied and it's been tabled.
We started out this conversation by saying that OHPC was told to give that formal decision in writing, and then the applicant would have that denial to bring to the board to appeal. Until they have that official process completed, then like we can't do the appeal, we can't vote on our portion of the process. So
No, that's not true.
Yeah, Nate, is that motion legal?
I mean, every motion is legal, Mike.
Well,
The key question is whether the record supports the decision that's being made. And I think what Ed is saying is he believes there's adequate information in the record to make a decision on the actual application itself.
Okay. So we can vote on that potentially.
You can vote on it. There was a motion by Ed to go straight to approval of the certificate of appropriateness.
And it was seconded.
we haven't looked at all the information that's supplied at all.
Right, so
Like you don't have the Schimmel's recommendation that the board followed to make the denial of concrete. And technically, we would be overruling a decision that the homeowner couldn't make a reasonable return on the sale of their property if OHPC said they, like, I think they could make a reasonable return on their property if they replaced a broken board with a broken board, wood with wood. It seems like a pretty cheapest way instead of investing more money for different material that like the state recommending review board says isn't appropriate. Like then a person trying to spend more money with a different product
Isn't that what OHPC's been doing to everybody since they started?
It's not like it's gonna make their house not sell at like any, change the price of a potential sale on their property. And so, we don't really have quite enough information for, inputting on
Well, exactly, that's
sale
why
of the
we're saying,
property.
we're asking them to give us.
The sale of the property has nothing to do with
A decision.
No, that's not.
That's not his motion.
It's the
His motion is
hardship.
to-
Motion is to tell them we don't care about what you have to say. We're going to decide right now.
Ed's motion is to approve the application.
Oh, okay.
Not
To
send it back to
override.
OHPC.
I didn't
Approve the
understand that.
application
Yeah.
without any explanation from OHPC as to why we denied the application.
That is
Or
the-
any explanation from Cindy as to why she wants to do what she wants to do.
that is
It's right there in mine.
We would,
Everything I have submitted to you guys all summer long, it's right there.
The applicant has to show hardship that you wouldn't be able to get a reasonable return on selling your property if this one fix wasn't accepted or approved. And I don't see the way that repairs to your front porch in a standard, in replacing what's there with what's there and just repairing it seems very reasonable, as opposed to a change of materials that's not approved for replacing a porch. Like, nobody's making this porch get replaced and causing a hardship for a different material to be used, so the porch could just get replaced with any damaged pieces with wood planking or like with life, and not cause any hardship.
So Laura, I'll interject briefly. There's two avenues of appeal. One is from the denial of a certificate of appropriateness, which doesn't concern the economic hardship piece. And then the second is appealing, where the heck did it go? For a certificate of hardship, basically. So the hardship avenue goes to OHPC, I think, first, and then it would go to the village board. So, like, as a result of being denied a certificate of appropriateness, you can then go to OHPC and say, well, listen, I've got a real hardship here. And then if they deny that, appeal that decision to the village board. What Cindy has done is appeal directly from the denial of a certificate of appropriateness. So you would rule directly on the question of appropriateness, not without any economic hardship piece to it.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're being asked a number of different things and a number of thought processes with particular information. And Nate's recommendation is that OHPC take this up sooner than later, issue their decision, no more tabling, issue your decision, do the paperwork as the law and the rules require, submit it. If it's not, maybe they'll approve it. If it's not to Cindy's liking, have that information that she can then appeal that decision, which will have to have reasoning behind it. That is something that we can then look at and have an idea of what we're doing. We can do this, but we're doing it blind.
Right. Yeah. None of us are building contractors.
We don't, even if we were, we don't know the details. Even if we were, we don't know the details.
Yeah.
So that's Matt, whatever his name is there. Matt Dan White. Matt. That's Hank. That's Hank's decision. It's his recommendation.
So there's a motion to just approve it. Should we vote on that and see what happens? And then obviously there could be another motion.
Withdraw my second on that motion. So I didn't understand that, I thought that what Ed was saying is that we need to request that OHBC give a final decision.
Oh, yeah, no, that is not the motion.
Okay, well, I withdraw my second.
Ask for a second.
All right, so was there another second on that motion?
Mr. Mayor, can you send this under your authority back to the OHPC to, I don't know that us sending it back as a village board is.
I think we have to vote on that, right, Nate?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a village board action. Cindy has appealed to the village board. The board needs to do something in response to that appeal. Either approve it, grant the appeal, which is what Ed has suggested, deny the appeal, which would be a straight denial, or send it back to OHPC for further explanation of their decision.
Just as it may be inappropriate for us to approve this without information, it is certainly inappropriate for us to deny her appeal without information. That would be even more inappropriate. So the motion is to send it back to the OHPC for determination.
Are you making that motion? I'll second that one. That's what I thought.
Well, what we're talking wrong with the concrete, right? Instead of 4,000 PSI, did they need 5? I mean, wasn't it thick enough, you know? What was the reason?
To give you the explanation.
Yeah, I want to see some details of why.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's vote on that one. This is to send it back to OHPC to get more complete reasoning.
To get the decision. We need not just reason, we need the decision and then the reasoning upon the decision.
So Rusty.
The Cellar Restaurant just put some really nice concrete plank looking in front of their door. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Laura.
Down in his door.
Dave. Yes. Fran.
Yes.
Charles. Yeah. Ed.
No.
I'll vote yes.
You voted about Mike?
Yes. So we'll send it back to OHPC.
And we're certainly requesting that OHPC takes action on this. We're not just sending it back and say, oh, it's back in your lap, we'll talk to us in June. No, we expect action on this.
Hey, Rusty, you try to deal with OHPC and let me know how you feel about that.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just, Ed, I didn't take a position. I'm just trying to move it along.
Yes.
Yeah, we need a clear cut decision.
And based on Nate's opinion.
All right. So department heads. These guys have been sitting over here for all night.
Yeah, what's going to get after that?
Yeah, get them a cop.
I'll be quick. I just gonna say a couple things and that's it. We're still doing the trees on Front Street, and I just wanna make a point to everybody know that we're not here to take down all trees. We're here to take care of help them, to clean them up, and if they are in danger, we take them down. If they are around sewer, sidewalks lifting, yada yada, stuff like that, because I know a lot of people have been calling. Yeah, so I want to make that clear. Huh?
Nobody's called me yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just want to let you know, we're just about done, but, so forth on that, and then, hopefully we can get Tony up to the cemetery, get those trees done. The other thing is last week, our boiler froze.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in the old DPW office, and we had 8 inches of water when we walked in there. So it froze in 3 different spots, and it broke in 3 different spots.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it took me all week to fix it, so.
Patch that baby.
No.
Okay.
It was frozen, so I had to wait for it to thaw.
If
zone valves, thermostats, that were crap to bed.
Right, that was the roof problem, right? Thermostat went bad.
The thermostat went bad, then the, circular pump went bad. Yeah.
Wouldn't hurt to put some antifreeze in.
Well, that's another question we could talk about at some point. Closing Jeff's room right off.
Right.
And not heat it and cap it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, mom's over there.
It's not being used, yeah.
Right. But I'd have to cap it off, run it out in the boardroom.
Right.
I don't wanna make that call without you people knowing about it.
So I've got something big. There's a application due at the end of the month, for a brick DTA. Brick DTA, BRIC, and then DTA. The DTA portion stands for, direct technical assistance. And the brick I'm blanking on, but it's like building an infrastructure. So anyways, it's a big deal for what we'd like to apply for. What we would like to, it's a really easy application, but what we'd like to apply for is just a big deal. So it would be getting an assessment of protection for our critical infrastructure, for taking an analysis of all our critical infrastructure buildings and making them protected to the 0.2% flood zone. So it's sort of like saying energy efficiency in times of emergency, and that we'd be able to continue our services through major storms and floods, and that, keeping the continuity of government going. So that covers all our critical infrastructure. So we would get analysis of the functionality of our buildings and bringing them up to like what's our analysis of what we could do for them and how to do it. So this would be for all of our buildings that we identified as critical in the hazard mitigation plan. So that's like this building, wastewater treatment plant, the fire stations, the police station, and the courthouse. So like every building structure that we've been looking for getting money for, this finds an analysis and finding money for reinforcing them so that we can keep supplying these services to our residents. So it's huge that like this is the way that we get the money for our buildings for the future. So that.
Well, Laura, who would do that evaluation?
We would be hiring the engineers and the people to do the evaluations for us, because we, to look at our buildings and tell us how we can reinforce our buildings.
So it's a grant, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The second portion of it is getting assistance for our municipal staff. It's training for like floodplain management. This is actual people working like in our office that are professional, or hiring like the interns, and then also the Justice 40 fellowship program. So this is actually getting people working, funding for people working in the DPW and the code office towards these programs. And then the third is money for the community outreach program development. And that's education for the public and supporting organizations, so that we would get like our CERT program, like a CERT program, and like these programs where we're responding in emergencies or creating the plans we would like to submit this application at the end of this month and asking for approval for Julie Nucci to submit it. It's labeled in our hazard mitigation plan that for us to do this. It's because it's part of our plan to get money to help fix up all of our governmental buildings.
What is she saying? Well, it was just a message on here.
From Julie?
Yeah.
Is the hazard mitigation plan completed?
It's not a financial grant, it's getting an application to get free technical assistance from FEMA.
Yeah.
This is a highly recommended action for us to pursue, especially as a FEMA community disaster resilience zone. So is there any sort of matching to this thing, or?
No. So what we're,
Like, I guess we
she's
don't have
saying
any
that we're getting
information on it, so.
technical assistance. The DTA, what we're applying for is getting direct technical assistance. So we're not getting money, we're getting professionals to help us do the technical work. Like to get us the studies, to help us do the, to give us an assessment of protection to our critical infrastructure to the 0.2%. The second portion would be assistance for the municipal staff training on floodplain management. And the third objective is the community outreach program development.
So, Laura, are you saying we're putting in an application to have this person do this?
So it's an application to get help from the federal government because
Grant money.
we can, because we qualify for it. This is a process for us to apply to get that
Apply
help.
for a grant?
That's
Is that
not
what you're
grant money,
saying?
it's assistance from FEMA.
We're applying for a grant.
Yeah, but the
Okay.
grant is technical. Instead of money, it's worth its weight in technical assistance money work.
Okay.
The money is it's not a cash money award, it's the people providing the technical assistance.
Gotcha.
Are there any costs associated with this?
No. We're just straight asking for help. Because we're a distressed community.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is fine, it would have been nice to have some.
So what action do we need to take on this?
To say yes, that we can apply for the money. Or apply for asking for the
Free
technical
assistance.
assistance.
It would be nice to actually have something instead of just a, you know what I mean? Like we're approving something we don't even have any information on.
What are these? Are these like students that need something to do? No, real.
Yeah, I think we have something on writing here. This is very unclear.
We had one of those last mitigation type meetings here, and we had the gentleman from FEMA on the line that's been very helpful to us. I think these are some of the things that he's talking about that FEMA will help us, and we're on that list of people. We're one of the new ones. They want new programs, new this and that. They want to help. They want to help the disadvantaged communities. So these are some of the things that he said we could get into. So this one, apparently, I don't know this for sure, isn't for money and isn't for asking for any of that. It's just FEMA will get us technical assistance on I can't tell you what some of these.
So you say we have to have this by the end of this month?
Yeah, so, all right, so
Well,
I can
you get this
clarify
something
now.
in writing for all of us to look at before the next board meeting?
Well, the problem is we have to do it at the end of this month. We have another board meeting, as usual.
We have one more board meeting.
We have another board meeting in February.
All right, so Rick.
I'm ahead of myself. It's 20th, yeah, right.
BRIC stands for Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. And it's through the Department of Homeland Security with FEMA, which is a Federal Emergency Management Agency, And we would be applying for direct technical assistance. It's non-financial direct technical assistance. Um, Offered through the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Program, provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Eligible communities request hazard mitigation assistance by completing this form. It's a really simple form, and we, at our task force meetings, they've gone over it a couple times about how we get the money. And this is the process of how we get the hazard mitigation money into our community.
So it's due February 29th. So could somebody prepare this thing so that February 20th we can approve to send it to FEMA?
I just feel we gotta be careful because, we do stick out like a sore thumb because we're in a floodplain. There are people out there that prey on people like us. I mean, with the easy application and the short time period to get involved in stuff like this, gotta be careful. There's people out there that, because this stuff will cost down the line, somewhere down the line, it's gonna cost something. I'm just saying, there's another way to look at this. Free money, is not free money.
Yeah, right. But anyway, I mean, I think we have a little bit of time. If we can get all the information and then we can approve it the 20th to send in before the 29th, which is what she says the deadline is.
Is Julie on there?
Yeah, she is.
Is there a way that we can communicate with her and ask her,
She's
writing, I just can't.
there you go.
Write it up on a piece of paper so we can all look at it.
Is it time sensitive?
I'd like to see the details of it. I mean, she's sending it in here, but I'm saying to look at them and actually figure out.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying no. It's, sometimes things may sound too good to be true.
Can I say a couple words?
Oh, yeah, perfect.
So I put notes in the chat. So BRIC DTA is a known program that FEMA has where you don't get any money and it doesn't cost you anything. You just get help from the government. You get direct technical assistance. And so because we have been declared FEMA Cedars community. That's a community disaster resilience zone, right? We have been declared one of the 483 most endangered communities in the entire nation by that declaration. And they are prioritizing that FEMA give us direct technical assistance, saying personnel come in, because what FEMA is finally understanding is that our problem is that we don't have the capacity within our staff to deal with the fact that the majority of this village is in the floodplain. And so FEMA is giving us assistance. We have a New York State mandate by dishes that all of critical infrastructure must be assessed to the 500-year floodplain for its resilience. That's a state requirement that had the county in a twist over how to deal with it. So this is an opportunity for us to have federal officials come in and do that work for us, which would then help open up doors for justification for us to get funding to make our structures safer. So Charles, I hear what you're saying, but this is actually FEMA just saying we want to help you. But we have to say, yes, we want the help. But there really is not an insidious angle to this. Does anybody have any questions? Does that clear things up?
I see the only help that this village can get is to raise the entire village up. That's not gonna happen.
But that's not what it is. It's they're going to assess what the situation is.
and you don't know the answer until you know the assessment. They're just going to look at what the liabilities are and what the solutions to the liabilities are, which you don't know until you assess them. Because there's a whole range of solutions that can take place. There's not any one solution, there's an entire range.
So Julie, is there anything we have to approve tonight for this? We do have another meeting before it's actually due.
So I think Laura was just trying to get the green light for me to write this. And then I can, it's a very short application. And I mean, we can submit it at the next board meeting, but it's very, very much in our interest as a community to get help. That's what this is about. It's about getting help.
Mr. Mayor? So is the board comfortable in doing this right this moment without whatever, however much we know? Or is the board comfortable in having Julie make this? She says it's not going to be very difficult, simple thing. Have it at our next meeting. We'll know a little bit more, we'll know a lot more, and decide by then. And if Julie, if you do what I'm saying, if you can do this quickly and have it by our next meeting on the 20th, will we have a time to submit it?
It's due on the 29th. And so if you act at the next meeting, there's still time. But the 29th is a very, very hard deadline.
So either we don't want to do it at all, or we want to do it tonight, or we want to do it on the 20th. Those are the deals.
I would say, I think you need to write up this application, and then we can vote on whether we want to accept that or not.
Right. Yeah, I think the 20th is probably the time to do it. We have a little more info on it.
That's okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay. As long as we voted on it on February 20th,
yeah.
that would still put us in the timeline. Yeah. Doing this would get us the help we need to address fixing up all our critical infrastructure. It would get us additional staff help. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the village board gives Julie Nucci the green light to write this application and present it to us next village board meeting.
I'll second that.
Any other questions about that? Simple thing.
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Brad?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So this may come off not nice, but you need to bring this stuff up later in the meeting. These boys have been sitting here forever. That shouldn't have come up in Fred's report, so Fred can go home. We need to bring these up at the proper time. That was not a thing for Fred. So we need to let Fred finish his thing.
Well, Fred's office would have to complete these critical infrastructure assessments themselves without the federal help.
I thought you were applying for somebody to do this.
Yeah, and if we don't apply, Fred's office has to do it without any help.
Well, let's let Fred finish.
That's why I brought it up.
Thank you. Let's let Fred get out of here.
I'm good.
Just one question, Fred. Was you made aware of, or was you informed about the furniture that's in front of Chevy Truesdale's residence? It's been there since Thanksgiving. You know what I'm talking about? Like
we do not pick it up because it's a charged item to.
I know. I tried to tell him that, but it's been out there since Thanksgiving.
It's his responsibility to a code of 18 months.
We needed a table out there.
Taxes.
We needed a table out there.
But he's got to be served by the code first before I can just. Huh? Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's a television and a sofa. How much would that be?
still gotta go in front, it's still gotta be served by the code first.
No, I'm talking about to be picked up.
For it.
What is it, $20?
Code said that, the prices for mattresses just raised.
No, it's a couch and a.
So it's $25 now just for the mattress.
There's a mattress out there now?
Excuse me?
There's a mattress out there
I don't
now?
think there's a mattress.
It's just a couch and a television.
Okay, so what I'm saying is just for a mattress, it's $25. So, because it takes up so much more room in their dumpsters when they crush it, so they charge us $25 extra just for a mattress. So you could be looking at 30 to 50 bucks plus our time. But yeah, it's gotta go to code first. I can't just pick it up and take it off of his property. 'Cause
No, I mean, if somebody was to come here and pay.
if you went over and picked it up for him and took it.
No, I'm not gonna pick it up. If I come here and pay, if I came here and pay to have it picked up, I mean.
I send you a bill. If he gives me the okay that he'll pay for it, then I can pick it
Okay, I
up.
was just wondering how much a bill like that would be.
I would say by the time our time is on it and the dump fee, $40 to $50.
We'll figure it out. Yeah. What do we get with Julie?
We're a village.
Okay.
All right. We're good with Fred? You good? Everybody's good
And
with
then
Fred?
the other thing I just wanted to say, the insurance company has been informed and you'll determine what you want to do with that.
For the washrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, over there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Did we cancel the insurance there?
No.
Holy smokes. We got one, right?
Paulie?
I took up way
Thanks,
too much
Dave.
time tonight. Thank you for the support. On your list of things that are still outstanding, I still cannot obtain keys to the station.
Yeah,
So you're gonna have to write a letter, or the lawyer's gonna have to write a letter.
we're gonna have to go the lawyer route.
Okay, I'm gonna be bringing 2 new members to the table next meeting, thank you. And I don't have keys for them. So, Son, you still haven't heard anything from the village about the New York State healthcare provider money that is no cost to the village, it's not ARPA or anything else?
We filed that, didn't we?
Yep, it's been filed, no communication.
Okay.
So,
We'll check into that.
his,
That was $1.2 million.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We'll question them on it.
okay, has anybody gone through and, looked at the cost of the shared IT services?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I mean, for the money that EMS put towards it, we can do some pretty nice computer setups, so I'm hoping that it's all startup costs and next year will be cheaper.
I'm hoping.
Okay.
Yeah, shared service.
Why don't we share sex?
Shared
Well,
stuff.
yeah. So, I mean, is the village gonna stay with it?
We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Alright. And, I'll send you some information tomorrow, but, as was alluded, they're trying to, sunset the critical care provider and make us all AEMTs so they can, do their magic and only have 3 programs. So I might need a letter from you just saying that sunsetting it in 27 is for the birds and it needs to be later than that.
Just another state thing to destroy volunteerism
It's
everywhere.
another state thing to destroy your volunteers.
That's just
Yep.
about it.
Yep. That's it.
Jeremy?
Okay, the only thing I got is just looking for a formal final approval of a purchase, that emergency equipment purchase I made for a pump mixer breakdown.
Yeah.
That happened a few weeks ago.
Let's do that. That's on the agenda. Or isn't it?
Well, this is,
Oh, it's just on their wastewater treatment replacement part, pump mixer breakdown.
very good.
Right, so we need a motion to approve the replacement parts that we had to buy, which we already bought, at a cost of.
A lot.
Yeah. You guys got the quotes.
I move to authorize those purchases.
I'll second.
The parts, it was $13,342.
Yes. We had to get it going because we needed these parts, and it's 3 weeks out, so. So we gotta go. So we're gonna vote to. That's what we're doing now, we're gonna vote to officially approve that quote for $13,342. Okay, shall we vote? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
David? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Anything else?
I have something. Okay, there's something that I hope got emailed to you. There's an energy management assistance with cabinets. It's no cost technical services to help save energy and reduce operation costs at the wastewater treatment plant. It would just be somebody to come in for free and if you that assistance and we can get you that for free. Okay, and then the second thing is as part of the Build Ready program, what that is, it takes difficult sites and makes them build ready for private renewable energy developers to construct and operate. And so we would be the operators. And so the wastewater treatment plant roof could be a potential site for solar. So what they would do, if we can nominate sites for them to look at to see if it would be an okay project. And so we can also with like the same email or it's with the same guy, Mike Brown, we could consider getting a little bit of an assessment for the site to see if they could save some energy and power some of the operations with the solar, or to see if it's a viable way of solution for the site. And then they could also see if that could be for other, just for the rest of the village, we could look into behind the DPW in our offices here, this building, the building next door, and if we could develop more of our land to help us with renewable energy stuff. So like if we were to get a garage that has an energy charger for DPW or for EMS services, like we could also have it, you know, if we have it as an energy efficient building, then we can get funding to build these things. So we could ask for them to consider looking at a site for us for, you know, looking at solar for the wastewater treatment plant and for around here for multiple, like our emergency services and our DPW services, because it's all hazard and emergency relating to keeping, you know, our roads open and responding.
So you're talking about putting it on the roof or taking the brown space over there and putting solar panels up?
So they're looking at turning brownfields into energy producing sites,
Okay.
or turning the rooftops, or building above parking lots, or just, yeah, like on top of currently existing buildings. So it's turning like difficult properties into finding solutions for what we could do. And so we've got this difficult sort of situational space where we're operating out. And so just by nominating these two sites to look at, we can get some points for looking into it. And then if they're possible, then we would have plans for knowing how we could do it and what could be possible for us.
Because you can never do anything over at the Brown site over here, can you?
Yes, you can. You can't do anything to 2 acres, but the 5 acres could be for sale.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you
so
have
they
2
could look
acres.
into it.
You can't do anything to the brownfield, the 2 acres of brownfield. That's a 7-acre lot over there.
Right, but if it's 2 acres, you can't do anything with, and you set solar panels on it, what?
You can't.
You
don't.
even can't do that?
You can't do it.
So they would give us details about, like, there's brownfield cleanup programs with that deal with cleaning out, and I don't think we're gonna get into it.
Stay away from that.
But the stuff where we're talking about putting stuff up on tops of the buildings of what we wanna do, and installing, resilient building to like get us up out of our trucks up higher at least.
Solar panels on the tires. On the roof.
It could be the way that we can fund and get ourselves hooked up, so. And some buildings might not be possible, but this would help us look to see what could be done. So I'll send the email to get looking into what we can do.
Mike, okay. Can we get the parade thing going? 5 o'clock comes early in the morning.
Parade permit for the 1 week?
Parade permit
Yeah, are we still, guys, are we still in department head reports? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, they got hijacked by a lot of climate stuff. All right, so let's do the parade.
It's 10:20. It's 10:20.
Sure is.
Does no one but me have to get up in the morning?
Yeah, me.
We all do, right?
We all do.
Yeah.
Mayor, Ed, can I jump in?
Let's go.
Ed, can I
Please.
jump in? Mr. Mayor, move to approve the parade permit for the Owego Little League Opening Day Parade on April 27th, 2024, performing 8, parade at 8:30.
Second.
Any questions about the parade? Same parade they always do, April 27th. I'll be in town, Charles can cover that.
Call for vote. I call for a vote.
There you go. Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Very, we have resolution to approve local law number 1. Anybody like to do that?
Storage containers, what did we find out about seeker, Mike? That was what we were waiting for. Nate, local law number 1, containers, seeker,
It's a type 2 action. You're good.
so we don't have to do anything.
For what?
To approve the local law about
So
storage
we can go
containers.
down the law?
We're Little League, we're good, right?
We did one of those, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we can vote on the law, we don't need to do seekers type 2.
Move to approve local law number 1 for the year 2024, local law amending village code to add chapter 171 entitled storage containers.
Second.
Okay. Any
Good night,
questions
guys.
about the storage container law?
Thank you, guys.
Which we talked about last week.
Do you first need to declare it a type 2 and then do this?
You just said it was a 2, but I don't know if we have to declare it 2.
Yeah, I think you have to go on and say.
The resolution does it all.
The resolution does, okay.
Yeah, the formal one that we prepared.
Right, yeah, and they prepared a formal resolution, not just what's on the agenda.
Okay. I didn't see the language of it.
It's not on there.
It's in the materials.
It will.
So any other questions on that? We'll vote on the law. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Yeah, we passed the law real quick. All right, transfers. So we got a list of transfers on the agenda, transferring $117,246.75 that we spent in ARPA money. What this does is put it back in the budgets that we took it out of.
I'll make the motion.
I second.
Any questions on the transfer? Vote Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Next thing is schedule a public hearing on Woodlawn Ave extension. I put this on here so you don't forget about it.
I think we need to put that till next.
May I say something about that real quick?
Yep.
And the thing you brought up about the Woodlawn Ave street extensions, and Daryl Gibbs Doyle Gibbs has been in touch with a number of us. I've talked to him today several times, and Lindenberry's will also be in touch. So we're moving along on that. I know it's going slow, but I did ask Doyle if he'd like it done, but it doesn't matter that it's done right this minute because the stuff he wants is more spring oriented. But we're
inching forward.
Dave just said, we're inching forward on taking care of that piece of business.
Okay, so the question is what issues would we like resolved before we move forward on? I mean, we don't own it now anyways. We don't own it now anyways. We have no record of ownership of it.
Right. So that's Nate's question is we have no record of ownership, which means if we abandon the street, then whoever owns that piece of land still owns it.
Oh, that would not be good.
Right.
When we bought it. Oh,
right. So
The Halsteads?
Problem.
Good question. So,
wouldn't that be the Halsteads when they built the development in 1953 or 1955?
So to clarify, Mike, right? Ownership's not the village's problem, right? If the village chooses to abandon the road, then we abandon the road, and then it's the neighboring property owners and whoever else claims to have ownership's problem.
Yeah. So why do we care?
We don't really.
So did we find out that the road is abandoned?
So I'd like to make a motion that we schedule a public hearing so that the public can have input on this and that we move it forward and put it to bed for once and for all.
We don't have any paperwork to vote on.
Well, it's just a motion.
It's scheduling a public hearing. We voted to schedule a public hearing for January 8th, and somehow that was removed from the village schedule. We've already done this once.
It's true.
Well, do we have something written up to present to the public?
No.
Yes. No, we have a resolution for a public hearing where the public can tell us whether they want to do it or not.
Which we had prepared for that January meeting.
So was it a motion, Ed?
It is. It hasn't
Yes.
been seconded. Anybody want to second that motion?
Oh, is there something in writing that people can look at before the hearing?
Yeah, it's a local law to abandon the street.
Either second it so we can discuss it. I'll second it so that we can discuss it.
Okay.
So do we know if it's abandoned? I thought that was one of our two possible things here.
Well, we haven't abandoned it as far as I know.
I thought we just said that we couldn't establish that we owned it, and therefore it was abandoned.
So Rusty, it's actually ownership is different than abandonment. The village does not there's two ways for streets to be in place. One is by deed, where the village literally owns the real property underneath the street itself. And then the second is by use. And so in this particular case, a subdivision was created, a map was created. It shows where the public streets would be. The subdivision was approved however many years ago. And then the streets were paved and people used the streets, and therefore, because they were used as streets, they became streets. Like the law literally says, if you use a piece of property as a public right of way, it becomes a public right of way, regardless of whether or not the village or town or city or whatever owns it. And so here, that's what happened. The village does not own the land underneath the street, but it is a public street. And so when the village chooses to abandon it, which can happen when you determine that the roadway is no longer used or needed for the public interest, you abandon it, ownership of the underlying real property reverts back to, and actually never left really, the people who owned it originally. And so,
How do we know it's the case?
well, we know it's the case that we don't own it because we've asked the village clerk's office whether we have any record of ownership, and we don't. And when we looked at the county records, we can see the subdivision map. We don't see any deed into the village for those particular streets, which, to be very clear, is not a problem for the village. These are very clearly public streets. We can do everything that we need to for what we need to do. It's just a question of when you abandon it, because it's no longer being used for the public right of way, who gets the ownership. And that's not for the village to suss out. That's for the neighbors, whoever, the Halsteads, whoever it is that subdivided it. That's for them to figure out.
So let's pretend that we don't own it, and therefore we don't have any say over it as per a public hearing, and that we didn't abandon it because of the nature of how this works. And so the ownership is unclear for us to make any decision. Probably we should just back out of this, and the two neighbors that have been using this property without doing something foolish, I've spoken to them, like building a big structure or anything, they don't want to do anything like that, continue to use this property. They won't have official title to it because we don't have a good methodology to give it to them. They just continue. Someone could go and advise them of that thought process, that they just continue to use it in the manner they have been. Because we don't appear to have a methodology to sell it or give it to them, because it's not ours. Does that make any sense?
But that's well, we don't have a street through it because there's a curb there and it's not paved. It's being used as part of their yards. So it's not being used as a public right of way currently.
So they said that the streets that are being used as the streets became ours by rule, by law. But this was never used as a street, so that never became ours by rule, by law, because we never used it as that.
Right. So what we're being asked to do is abandon our claim to it because we've never used it. This is just because the neighbors want us to do that. We can vote it down, sure. Go right ahead.
No, I'm not.
But we've been asked to do this, and we have no dog in this fight. Why would we care whether the Halsteads own it, whether Doyle Gibbs owns it, whether Robin Linneberry owns it? If we're not using it, why do we care?
We shouldn't care. We should leave. I'm suggesting we should leave it. They're using it. Continue to use it. That neither one has expressed any desire to put anything there. So that's not if that was a problem, maybe we should just let them continue to use it, and we'll never make an issue of it. And if somebody someplace, Halstead, says it's theirs, they can try to make an issue of it later. I don't know. It's just a thought.
So Rusty, the wrinkle is that there is a subdivision map that's filed that shows this as a street from the 1950s. And so when these property owners look at their chain of title,
In the chain of title, when the lots were created, there's a reference to a subdivision map, and the subdivision map shows that there's a village street running through that particular space. And so that's why I think potentially one of the reasons why this has come up, because it shows a village street running through their property. And so, what you're suggesting, Rusty, leave it alone, let them sort it out. Anytime that attorneys look at this, they'll say, well, look, there's a subdivision map. It shows a street running through, that particular portion. It's not just going to be resolved necessarily by the village choosing to not do anything.
Yeah, we could go pave it tomorrow, and we could begin driving through there, which is why they would like us to abandon it.
So it hasn't been abandoned, it's still there. I mean, we still have a right of way to pave it, use it. So I don't see an issue scheduling a public hearing to abandon that portion of it officially. We're not gonna use it.
Yeah.
Plan on building
Well,
houses up there.
I guess what I was saying is we're gonna notify the public that we're gonna have a hearing.
Oh, yeah, no, there'll be an official
Yeah,
thing.
we gotta have
put
something
up.
written up.
Yes.
What is it?
It's already been written up, we'll just re-put it out.
Okay.
I know we've been here all night. The
All
two
right,
things that worry me about this are, so we abandon it, it doesn't become those two neighbors' property. Now, anybody that wants it to be their property can say whatever they want to say, and then the next thing is kind of what we're doing over here with Sweets and that property, and who owns it, and who doesn't, who has title, and so we abandon it. Who has the title? Then does it revert back? I think what they said back to the Halsteads or whoever did that, and then how does that play? I'm afraid we're opening up.
So Rusty, to push back on your statement,
Sure.
Like to use the Sweets example, which is the next door property, right? It's the one that's the brownfield. God knows what's going on. The only problem with the Sweets property is that a gentleman died. He owned the property, and then nobody ever took ownership of it. There was no transfer from him individually when he died to someone else. And so for the village to resolve ownership of that property, we need to go to surrogates court and go through the formal process of determining which of them owns it. And if all of them disclaim property ownership, then it cheats to the state, and then the state owns it. But we have to go through the formal process to do that. We can't just go on the word of the random person, not the random person, but the one person that we know who happens to have been a relative of the person who died. Like that's the Sweet issue. For this issue, I don't know, I don't know who's going to own it or not, but there are laws and rules to determine who owns this particular piece of property. I have every confidence of that. It's not just going to be some random person.
So when we abandon it,
it's not going to be someone who can claim it, Rusty. Someone can't just go in there and claim it. They would have to have they would have to have an adjudicable right to the property.
Right. So do we? I want this for Robin and Doyle, but when we do it, do they then have a right to it because they've been maintaining it? How does this get their right to it?
So Rusty, it's not for the village to decide, right? I mean, whoever owns the property, and if the neighbors have a claim of ownership, then they have a claim of ownership, and it's going to be between the neighbors and whoever else might claim ownership to work it out amongst themselves. But it's effectively a private property dispute at that point. It's just like when neighbors come to the village and say, so and so built on my yard. We'd say, okay, not our problem. They need to fight that out amongst themselves. We don't determine who owns what. It's not our purview.
All we have to decide is whether we want to keep our right of way up through there to potentially build more in the subdivision. I mean, that's why it's there.
Oh God, I don't even want to talk anymore. So you said we show no ownership of it. We show a right of way of it.
On a subdivision map, correct.
So the motion is to schedule a public hearing, when, Ed? Next meeting?
Yeah, I guess as soon as we could do it in terms of publishing and.
All right, March, first meeting in March, maybe, with publishing it in the paper and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay. And we got a second, so should we vote on just scheduling that public hearing for that day? It's March.
That's good, Ed, March 4th. First meeting in March, public hearing.
March 4th.
Yep.
On the, whatever the wording is, the potential abandonment of the all that.
Yep.
Yeah, 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Let's vote on that. Rusty?
Yes?
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. We'll have a public hearing, we'll sort it out then. Okay. Payment of bills. Everybody get them? Everybody have them?
I have motion we approve the payment of bills for January.
We got a second?
I'll second that.
Any questions on the bills? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes. Minutes.
I motion we approve the minutes as presented for January 16.
Second.
Any questions, discussion on the minutes?
One question. So we have the page here of all the commission appointments, which is not accurate, but it's in there, and it follows that following zoning board, planning board members and their terms were submitted. And then it says, after the board reviewed the updated list and appointments and still have questions. Is that clear enough to show that this is not definitive list? Is that enough?
Yeah, because there's no motion there to accept it.
To accept it? Okay, then I'm fine.
So that's not the definitive list.
Right.
Right.
Okay. In the annual meeting.
All right.
So we'll vote on the minutes. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Abstain.
And yes. Trustee reports. Right, hopefully quick because
Okay, well, I attended the hazard mitigation meetings last time, and I think we're making good progress. I think we need a complete report before we make more motions on taking action. I had a list of the cemetery committee meetings and the work days in the cemetery. I did not bring it with me. I'll get it back to Rod, but essentially we're meeting, our regular committee meeting is the last Monday of every month at 5:30 p.m. here. So our next meeting is February the 26th. And I will get the list to Rod to put in the minutes. That's it.
Charles?
We covered DPW, I didn't hear anything from you. I think we all got a honey-do list of issues that we need to, at some point in time, go over. There's a lot of things, a whole list of stuff. The only thing we only touched upon is Cindy's porch issue. So we can check that off, or half a check. But there's a whole list. Yeah. So today is not the day to do it. We need a special thing for us to go over it. That's all I got.
Ed, got anything?
Yeah, nothing from me.
Dave?
Nope, nothing.
Good.
I just agree with Charles that we need to knock some of these off this list, get this a little shorter.
Yeah, that was the point of
Taking
it,
a lot of these
so we don't
out.
forget about it.
Yeah, we need to address it.
Yep.
Rusty?
Several things. I would like us to approve the, host company to have the firehouse subs at the Station 2, April 15th to April 20th, same circumstances as they always do.
Is that a fundraiser?
Yes.
Do we approve fundraiser?
What's that? We have to approve them to use of Station 2 property.
Oh, okay, all right.
So that's a motion that.
I'll second that.
Yes.
Questions on that? They got good stuff. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Can you give me the dates they're gonna be there?
15th through 20th. Like to make a motion that we,
Wait.
no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, from me.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the use of Station 3 in the flats for the annual trout, we'll call it derby, which is for a barbecue on April 13th, Saturday.
I'll second that.
Use.
Okay. Rusty?
13th.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Yes.
Fran? Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes.
I believe that the New York State law says, as opposed to our code and charter, the code and charter says that we appoint zoning board members by, the village board appoints them. I think that the unexpired terms of a planning board member are appointed by the mayor, not by the board, and I don't think we have to approve it, but let's do it anyways, and I suggest that the mayor appoints Pat Schaefer, not the Pat Schaefer that's on the OHPC, but John Schaefer's widow, to the Owego Planning Board. She applied for it. I'm gonna move that, not quite. She applied for that before, and had various reasons why she couldn't. She's asked to be on it again. I've spoken to her recently about it. She's happy and willing to do it. So I would like the mayor to make that appointment if he's so inclined.
Yeah, I'll make that appointment.
I move that we accept the appointment of Pat Schaefer for the planning board.
I second.
Any discussion?
Is that on our honeydew list?
It is.
Yeah.
Check.
Check that out.
Rusty?
Can we have the official spelling of
Schaefer.
Schaefer's?
SHAFER.
Thank you.
And is it Patricia?
Yes.
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
And yes.
Last thing, it's a little peeve and it's a quick thing. Dan Gavin, the chief of the fire department, put together that whole thing with breaking off the EMS. He put that together, he started the deal, he moved it along. I was on the fire board at that time, and I was on the village board. At the end of the process, when it was changing about how it was gonna be done, and whether or not they were gonna have complete autonomy, or whether they're gonna be a department or something, he was in conflict about which way we were gonna do it. But I just wanted to be straight. But Dan Gavin started that, fire EMS had started it forever and ever, but he was the one that summer that put that all together and moved that along and got it up to the winter time where we make that final decision. Just wanted to put it in there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Done.
It'll be once a plaque or something.
No, I just don't want him to be seen as the villain that tried to stop it. He's the guy that tried to make it
Oh,
happen.
yeah, no, he was putting that ball in motion.
Yep, he did. He started that and put it in motion. Thank you, I'm done.
Okay, I've got a bunch. So we had our fifth hazard mitigation planning meeting on the 25th to wrap up and put our, all our actions into their priority order. Get last minute stuff in on the actions. I got a vehicle and equipment list from DPW of what items they would like. So Fred would like a dump truck, a 650, not 650, 6500, whatever. It's the biggest one that we could get.
650, you're right.
Yeah, it's the biggest one that we could get that all of the drivers would be able to drive, with their CDLT licenses. And we would ask for the plow attachment, the sander attachment, the he would like the canopy cover over it. I researched, and I read over the Village of Horsehead's hazard mitigation plan and to see how they worded getting a street sweeper and different things. And so we included in our plan, like how we, how dump trucks and plows and things help us, clear culverts, streamways and ditches and helps us, clear out all the things like preparing ahead of a storm or, ahead of like a major raining storm or cleaning up like and opening roadways after a snow event, right? So they're all easy things that we can get in this plan, and so we got them in, right? So that was exciting. So that has been the hazard mitigation plan in its whole got submitted up to the county and its planners for their review. That got submitted January 31st. And so we're waiting for that review, and then there'll be some public meetings. The county will have their big public meeting. We'll have ours, following their example when that all gets released, and that comes before us to approve before it officially gets sent up to the government to review, what we've put together. So other things, there's code enforcement training. It's an energy code enforcement training. It's free, and I'd like to send Mick Knapp to that. It's Wednesday, February 28th. It goes from 8 to 5 p.m. It's 8 hours in service learning credits and training. They learn plan review and compliance. It's in Bath, New York. And so I'd like for us to for Mick to attend that training, and if he needs a hotel or whatever. There's other trainings on here. So that's for energy code enforcement training. I covered the energy management assistance for the wastewater treatment plant earlier in the meeting. The Build Ready program takes difficult sites and gets them more ready for energy efficiency. So I would like us to look into other than the wastewater treatment plant site and roof, also looking into behind all our land here where the DPW and this office and our land sit for developing it for having the energy resiliency and developing it for our like potential garage for DPW or the EMS, or as part of this that they look into what would be our best use for. Yeah.
I want to burst your bubble, but we don't have any land here.
Well,
we're sitting on the property line.
On the roofs of these buildings and the parking lot. So all the parking lot and like where we're storing.
See up there with the cars.
So it's taking difficult sites and looking into, hooking us up with how we heat and cool ourselves better. And so we get points just for looking into these nominated sites that we put up for consideration. There's Preserve New York has put out an announcement. There's funding for planning studies. Pre-applications are due March 22nd, and final applications are due March 29th. So if we want to get a planning study to see if projects are viable, that's the way to do it.
Julie gonna do that grant writing?
No, that is not under her scope to provide that extra funding for that specific grant. There's other opportunities, the Preservation League. There's a Preservation Opportunity Fund. It's just for nonprofits who are in our historic, zones. So any nonprofit who owns or has a long-term lease that requires preservation, restoration, or rehabilitation for their buildings, any of these nonprofits that have plans but in place, this is money for them, for people who have plans in place who need money to get them done. So say RSS has a couple buildings, the museum,
I was thinking like the Elks Club.
the Elks Club, the New Hope Center. So any of these nonprofits who are looking for money to do work on their buildings, they can apply right now to get money for, like, what they've been dreaming for. If they have had the plan, here's the opportunity for them to get money to fund it. So
we're going to inform them of these possibilities.
Well, we just got to get the information out to them, maybe by email or just letting people know that, this is their opportunity. So for that, there's webinars about how to go about getting it. Tuesday, February 13th, there's a webinar for people about how to get that, how to apply for that grant money for those nonprofits to go about doing it. And they need their letters of intent for their projects due by March 12th. So that would just be to get out public information that nonprofits with historic buildings can get money to fix them up.
If you send me something, I can put it on our Facebook and then share it to the other Facebooks.
Oh yeah, the old nonprofit network. But we do want to just maybe let people know, the Charles Bassett Foundation on Lake Street. Yeah. So anybody who's a nonprofit in the historic district, I'll talk Arts Council. I got a list when I got the grant notification that I put out. So we'll see if we can get that out to people. DISHES, which is the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, put out a funding announcement. Presidential Declaration 4723 for severe storms and flooding. And what that is for implementing our hazard mitigation projects. So what we put in our plan, this is the way, this is now when you have, once you have your plan this is where you go for implementing your projects. So if we were to try to get money for implementing hazard mitigation projects, we would have to have our sub-application in by April 30th.
When is this going to be brought to the board, the mitigation plan to vote on?
That was, so we submitted that
the final plan is submitted to this board?
We submitted that final plan to the county and the consultants on January 31st, and they're reviewing that, and then the county's going to have their meeting first, and we follow that. So it's upcoming, but I don't have a date for that.
Well, my point is, until we know what the plan is, how can we vote on going ahead with grants until we know what the plan is?
Well, it's just to keep the application, keep the deadlines in mind. That like, this is a lot of work that we're working on and a lot of deadlines, and so, yeah. The next thing, we had a meeting, we is, me, Julie, Kevin, Mike Brown, Jerry Wiley, and an official from Montour Falls. So Montour Falls is a village, who they're receiving help for their code enforcement staff capacity problem by 2 programs. And so we asked them about how they're doing it. So one is they get NYSERDA interns, and the second one is a Justice 40 Fellow program. So what that is, for the intern, that's like where we would get a student, like a graduate student from a local school, most likely Cornell or Binghamton University. We would select the best candidate off their list who's got some sustainability and political science interests. And then so what happens in Montour Falls is they would get this intern, and it's a paid intern, paid by NYSERDA, covering 70-90% of the cost. And then that intern works, they get a standard salary, which is about $17 an hour, and they'll work for the summer. So it's like 30 hours a week for 8 weeks, or 25 hours a week for 10 weeks. It's a certain amount of hours that they work. It ends up costing the village, it ends up costing Montour's village about $1,000 for the summer. But NYSERDA ends up paying all the rest of the costs. And they come and they would like run the campaigns that we're trying to do. So for instance, Montour Falls had them run their community solar campaign one year. One year they had them do the EV charger campaign, and one year they did food scrap recycling. So they've been doing this for years now, getting these paid summer interns. And so that is a quick application for us to fill out with a quick turnaround time. And once we do it, we don't have to keep doing it year after year, but we would be in a program to be able to select getting new interns to help us. And then the other program is the Justice 40 Fellow program. And what that is getting a person working in the office. Like we would supply them with a desk, and they would be working solely for 1 year, and then the new person would have to come in and be trained, and that person is not educated in a certain specialty or anything like that. This is a workforce program, so it's 100% funded though. Like we don't have to pay for this person's salary, but we do have to pay for their health care, like if they were an employee. It's just that their salaries getting paid by the
Now,
state.
what would we be hiring them to do?
So that would be doing work in the office that the mayor and the office and the climate smart community or the climate energy coordinator or whatever campaign they're assigned to. Well, no, that's the one. Well, they can be assigned to campaigns. So we would have to train this person to complete tasks, and they would be working in the office.
That's 100% funded, but we would have to spend money on
employees training them.
Yeah, yeah,
And their
so,
benefits,
yeah,
which is not 100%.
Don't we already have?
And,
Is that
and
reimbursed?
staff.
I mean,
Nobody-
how
none
can
of
we
these
vote
people
on
can-
any of
can
these
do
until
anything
we
without
vote on the hazard mitigation
staff.
plan?
They all need to.
so the office says they need help and they need people and we need to hire people, right? So this is our way of saying, we found money to hire a person that gets 100% funded for. It's just not it's a person, it's a workforce program person. So to get into that program, you could be a veteran, you could be a single parent, you could be definitely under a certain income level. You could be within a age bracket that has a past criminal record, disability.
Do they still have to go through the personnel here? No, they just get hired and they just wind up here? I mean, that's what anybody that works at the village have to go through personnel.
They have to, we'd have to wait for somebody to be in that program that we could hire from. And then we could hire from that pool.
That wasn't the question. They would have to go through personnel department. So if we decide not to hire this person, for whatever reason, I mean, what does that do to the program? You see what I mean? I mean, we just can't just accept people out of nowhere, can we? That's not how it works.
Not a good plan. If the state sends a workforce person down and says, okay, we've got this person for you, you would think that we get to say, no, that one.
We don't like that one, or do you like that one?
That's
Although,
my question.
a good, not that we want to go on that, but a little play on that is, these days, you can't reject anybody for any reason in the world.
Yeah.
And there's civil service laws too.
But anyway, that's just, let's move on. Move
Okay,
along.
so we have explored ways to get help, paid people helping for the office. And those are two programs that a nearby community is successfully using these programs to get help for their office, and we could do that. Okay, now there's another big training. This is the floodplain management training. It is managing floodplain development through the National Floodplain Insurance Program. This training is April 1st through the 4th. It's at the State Preparedness Training Center in Orkney, New York. And I would say this is the program that McNabb needs to go to, that we put in the grants for him to go, but I would propose that we pay for his hotel, food, and travel time going there, and that.
Can I interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second? Let me tell you how much McNabb wants to do, more things than he does now, because he's already overwhelmed with the stuff he does now. So he wants more and more of this responsibility and training and all of this. But go ahead.
He does want training. So it is free, but it's also available for, say, Jeff Winchell, Fred Ulrich, or if we wanted to help try to get Brittany Woodburn also get it. Because the county is required to help us with like site reviews and stuff for any project that's like within 100 or 200 feet of any county road and any project that's big. So like she's working every week with us on the DRI projects because, it's sort of state mandated that somebody's assigned to do that, right? And so.
It's gonna be her though.
And so it would benefit that if the people from the county were educated on how to help us. So it would be really nice if they could also get that training, because they're the ones who are, trying to help guide us anyway. So, so that's important training for at least Nick, to get. Next item, the posters, that we had made up, we need to do a little bit more for getting credit. We need just to.
Posters for what?
Oh,
That we were gonna hang here on the wall.
yeah, it's probably hanging up and I walked past it. So we approved the posters saying that this building and the wastewater treatment plant are, clean energy, run on clean energy, and we're in efficiencies. And so what we need to do is, take a picture of the poster hung in the building, write a press release, and we need to collect some more info for the portal. So what we're doing is we're demonstrating that to the community that we are using clean heating and we're a clean heating and cooling demonstration. That we use that for this building, for that building, and you can come look at how you can, have save money on your energy bills and have, more efficient.
Should that be in a frame or?
It is.
You have to get an
Hanging on the
intern to
wall
stand
or
there and
other-
point that out.
Yeah.
The one that took pictures last year.
Yeah, so we just need to get press releases and put out more information promoting that we've done this for our buildings.
Don't come in the winter because it's cold. Heat pump don't work that
And then, Julie Nucci wanted, approval for additional training that she went to a conference. It was the Upper Susquehanna Watershed Conference. And, maybe we don't actually need to approve that, but the mayor could approve it any other time. But just remind you that you could approve that, the training that she went to.
Does she want reimbursement? Is that what we're talking here? We're talking about approval.
Yeah, approve her to get reimbursed. As part of her contract, you had to approve it.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Where was that at?
Where was it?
Hawaii.
Yeah, where did you go for it?
I don't know.
I think it was local-ish.
This is
It was
watershed.
local,
Does she have a
yeah.
watershed moment? Did you?
Laura, it's 11:15.
Yeah, all right, so that is the end of my report. Oh, wait.
We're setting a record.
No,
So
it's
we're
not.
so close.
I have one more. The Climate Energy Community Committee meeting that we were putting together to explore how to best apply for our grants that we would like, the solar stuff and all that. I'm hoping to get a meeting on Wednesday at 7 a.m. Fran, can you make a 7 a.m. Zoom meeting?
We'll still be here.
No. Why don't you just go to the county and they'll help you write the grants.
No, this is the committee that you asked to be on, at the last meeting to help us decide where and what to spend money on for climate energy community money.
Ad hoc committee to recommend places.
No, 7 a.m. is too early. Sorry.
Okay, I'll try to get, when, let me know when you're available for meetings.
Well, I say 9 o'clock in the morning or later, I mean, 7 a.m.
And just voted.
My first coffee hasn't taken effect yet.
I know, right? Me either. I don't drink coffee.
Okay, that's it for me.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to send it to me an email, cause I have, you send that on and
Yeah.
whatever you want, within the minutes without it, it's not gonna.
Very.
I can't decipher what.
What do you got, Mike?
Communications, I got nothing. Mayor's report, no real report.
I thought you got a letter about chickens.
Oh, I did. Yes, somebody would like us to look at the chicken law.
Don't bring that up tonight.
They believe that there should be no chickens anywhere in the village.
What about the roosters?
Or roosters. And the people that have the chickens and the roosters should get rid of them. No barns or animals. Right, no barns.
No moves ever kept me awake.
The letter said they moved to the village for a reason and they pay higher taxes to not have farm animals living next to them. And the problems that come with the farm animals, like rats and smells, mice. Yep. I also had a giant rat get into my house, so I had a squirrel.
Yeah.
It cost me hundreds of dollars to kill that.
I got 9 cats, we don't have that.
Well, not anymore, I got rid of the rats, but I was going to keep the bars. Send them down my house.
Yeah, one more cat.
And then, Mike?
Well, that was the communications, was I did get some letters about farm animals. All right, last thing, public comment.
Will the historic get that paperwork to you before the next board meeting?
I sure hope so.
How late?
Well, so their next meeting is the.
It's Thursday.
March.
March.
7th, Thursday.
March 7th is the next OHPC.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was last Thursday.
They have them have a special meeting, they can do it when they want to.
That is a possibility.
I mean, they should have done it back in September.
But their next regular meeting is March 7th. And I will more than likely be there.
But then that puts it to the middle of March before
Then
it
it would
gets
be
back here.
the 19th would be our next meeting after the 7th.
After the election.
That is true. That's the best I got for you. All right, any other public comment? Motion to adjourn. All right.